Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. This is a 21-part video series showing you how to create DM house. Let's get started. So to start, let's open a new architecture template. So click on new, go to drop down, select architecture template, and then press OK. So once it's ready, it will start at level 1, and what we need to do is to type in UN to see what's our length or our units. So we're gonna use millimeters and then press close, and before we start, let's click on save. So here, this is where I want to save the file, so I'm just gonna put house right here and click on option. If you're a beginner, around 10 to 20 backups is good enough. If you're intermediate, you can put 5, or if you're an expert, you can just put 1. So for me, I'm just going to put 5 so that I could have backups of what I'm doing right now. So 5, and then press OK and click on save. So now that is ready, what we need to do is we could go right here under level 1, which is what we are at now, and we could go to architecture and then select grid. So you could also type in GR, and then you'll be able to add grid lines. I'm gonna start at below going above, or down going up, and I want to center it around the elevation tags right here. So I'm going to click on below going up, and it will start at number 1 grid line. So press escape and then escape again. And what I'm gonna do now is select that grid line and then type in CO, or under modify you can also select this one. So CO is copy, so CO, and then select that, basically grabbing it and putting it on the right side. And then before you click on anything, you can click on multiple so that we could add in multiple lines without selecting the grid line again. So here I'm going to put it on the right side, and Revit will basically understand that I want it to go from the left to the right. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna type in 1878, enter, and then after that 4157, enter, 1833, enter, and then one more is 1967, enter. Then press escape and then escape again. What we can do is we could grab all of this and just move this onto the right side so that everything is still centered around all of our grid, or all of our elevation tags. After that, I'm gonna type in GR again, that's grid line, and I'm going to select from right to left. So I'm gonna click right here, going to the left side, and then press escape and then escape again. Now Revit, notice that from 5 to 6, but I want to change this to a letter because this is our horizontal grid line. So I'm gonna select the grid bubble and then type in capital A and then select on the space. After that, you can type in CEO And as you notice, multiple is already ticked, so we don't need to select that again or click that again. So now I want it to go from above and going down. So here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to move it all the way to the bottom and make sure that 90 degrees is showing. And then we're going to add in 8,000. And then after that, 1405. And then 2850. After that, 1737. And then 1325. 1180. And then here, the next is 2705. 1180 again. And then 675. And then lastly 3810. So those are our grid lines, and what we can do is to add dimensions on that. So you could click on here or type in DI, and what we're going to do is select each and every grid line, and as you can see, you can follow along and then add an overall after that. Let's do it on our horizontal as well. And then create an overall. That's why I gave it a lot of room right here so that we could follow along right there. And we can add dimensions as well. And what I want to do now is, so I'm going to fix it a little bit. So as you can see, when we grab it, it's showing this dash line. Those are just temporarily dash line, indicating that once you select one, it will move as well on the others. So everything is connected properly. And we could just move this out inwards like that. And also on this side, we can move this one just enough so that everything is properly tacked in. Also, I want to add those grid bubbles on this side as well. So what we need to do is click on those grid lines individually and click on show bubble. And as you can see, you'll be able to add all those bubbles like that. And unfortunately, it's one at a time. It's not something that you could do all at once. So now what we're trying to do is just adding all those grid bubbles to the other side. And if you notice, we have some bubbles that are overlapping. So what we could do is we could add in an elbow. So to add an elbow, you just need to select the grid line, and then you will see this zigzag right there. That's stating that you can add an elbow, and you could just move this so that everything is being shown properly and it's not overlapping. So here I'm going to move this again. Usually I like it to be the same one, so it will create that dash line again, indicating where is it on the other side. So that's very neat. So here I'm going to put it on this side. I'm going to give it some room because I need to add an elbow on the I grid line. So here I'm gonna click that and then fix it. So it's snapped in place if ever it's noticed that you want it to be on that same line or align it. So there we go. So now we have all of those grid bubbles and grids. We also added the dimension. And now what we could do is we could add in our levels. So what I usually do is I go to my south elevation, and just notice that everything, all of my elevation tags are within the vicinity of the grid lines. So now let's go to south elevation, and as you can see, we have level 1, level 2, and this grid lines right here that are vertical grid lines. So now you want to make sure when you have a level that all of these grid bubbles are showing that is overlapping this level, or else if I show you level 2, everything looks normal, everything is showing. But if, for example, we put it right there, you can see that the vertical elevation is missing. So the only thing that it will show if it's overlapping on those sides. So now what we could do is we could add in another level. So we could go to architecture and click level. So there's multiple ways to add this. I usually add or click the level if I'm just adding 1 or 2 levels. But if you're adding multiples, so for example, the difference I'm going to show you is, for example, if you're going to add multiple levels, select level 2, CO, and then you could just push it right there on the top. For example, 3000. So it will create level 3. But if you notice on the floor plan, there's no level 3. That's because you will need to go to view, click on plan view, and click on floor plan. And then as you can see, you will need to select that level and then press OK. Now it will create that level right there. I'm going to undo this because I want to show you the difference. So here, before we do that, I want to put my level 1 at around 400. And then my level 2 to be 3400 because I want it to just be 3000. And then now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to architecture and then click this button, or you can type in LL. Here the difference is that if I create this, it will automatically add my floor plan onto my project browser. As you can see, it added level 3, and then also it will add level 3 right here. So that's the difference between adding the levels right here or adding it on the copy command. Here I'm going to add another level. This will be 400 from below, and this will be called ground. So here it's overlapping, so you can add in another elbow. You just need to find it. It's going to be very small. Select that, and then here you could change the name. I'm going to put it ground floor. Press yes, and then it will create that ground floor right there. We will just need to move this around so that everything is showing properly. Nothing is overlapping. And we have the level 1, level 2, and level 3. And then this is all going or intersecting the level 3. We just need to double check all of our elevation. So here it's not showing right here. So what we need to do is move it up like that. And then we can give it some space right here so that everything is not overlapping here. And we could add in an elbow for this elevation. This will also help us because even though if we're doing right now, once we're doing the sheet, it will be faster for us because we already set up everything nicely. And then here as well, we just need to add in all of this information and showing off. We have the south elevation done already, and then here we just need to clean up all of this. Grab it and then you can push it down, and it's up to you if you want to create an elbow right here. You can do so, but I'm not gonna do that anymore. That's too much. Plus I already explained that it's much better if you do it now. I'm just going to do it later on once we have time. So now let's go back to level 1, and then here we could all start adding all the components that we want to. So we could start off by adding our walls. So now that we have so many of elevation that are open that we don't need yet, you can clean it up by clicking close inactive view, and you want to make sure that you're saving it all the time. So now I'm gonna save it later on once we finish this, but here what I want to show you is we need to create our exterior wall first. So the way we're gonna do it is we're gonna click on wall first, and once we click on wall, it will start on basic wall generic 200 millimeters, but that's fine. But in newer Revit, what I noticed is that we don't have the basic wall generic anymore. This is basically a cleanup version. Here we have different samples: bricks on CMU, bricks on block on metal stud. So we have different variation. You can choose one of this, for example, and then we're going to clean it up, see, similar to the basic wall or the generic wall. So once you select one of them, you can click on edit type, and then you want to make sure you want it to be duplicated. And then I'm going to put all capital exterior wall number 1, and then press OK. And you need to go right here under edit. We have our exterior side, which is all the way right here up to the core boundary, and we also have our interior side, which is up to this core boundary on this side. We're going to delete this side, the exterior, and then the interior side. The only thing that we cannot delete is the core boundary, structure, and core boundaries. Those are the default ones that we cannot delete. So here, what we can do is click on delete, and then here, once we're here, actually you can see that it won't be deleted because it will grayed out itself. And then here, delete that. What we can do here is we can choose one of our white, so maybe a gypsum wallboard. So I'm going to use that, and then press OK, and we're going to set our thickness to 200 millimeters. Press OK, and then press OK. Now, before we add the wall, what we need to do is we need to make it connected. So of course we're going to put it from level 1 to level 2, but as you can see, the top constraint is unconnected. So here I'm gonna change this to level 2, and you can also change it right here. So either way, if you change it right here or right here, it will be synced with each other, and it recognizes that the height of that wall from level 1 to level 2 is 3000 millimeters or 3 meters. Wall center line, I'm gonna use wall center line, and then I'm going to use chain. So it's already checked, so what we need to do is we just need to add. So I'm gonna start off at, so let's select, we're going to select at 5C, going down up to 5J, going across up to 3J, going up until H5 or H3, and then here we're going to go up to H1, going up to C1, but going over around 525. So we're going to go over 525, so there's going to be indented there. And here we're going to put around 3000 millimeters, going down again, and then closing it off at C5 again. So that's our layout. And then we're going to add this small area right here. It will be going E1 up to E2, going down up to G2, and then G1. So that's going to be a small area for that. I'm planning to just add in a small, or like some trees right here that will be all see-through around this area so that it looks nice. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 2 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to set up the project. We added the grid line levels, we even added the dimensions, and we start with exterior wall. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is add the interior wall. So what I'm gonna do is click on the wall and then edit type, duplicate, and I'm going to put interior wall number 1 and then press OK. In terms of edit, we're going to maintain the 200 thickness, and we could just use gypsum wallboard. Press OK and then OK again. So now we're going to zoom in here. So what I want to add first is a wall between E5 going to E3. So I'm gonna add a wall right here. Basically this wall will be a separation for the living room or living area, and then we also will have basically a family room would be right here. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add a wall closing this off, because I'm going to add in our laundry area right here, and then here I'm going to extend this wall. So I'm going to add an F3 going up to H3 wall right here, so basically extending this one, and we will have our stairs going right here up to the second floor. And then here we're going to close this off for our powder room. So we're going to have it from H3 going to H4 and going down to J4. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm probably going to add all the furniture, but before that let's add the floor. So I'm gonna click on floor and then edit type, duplicate, and then this will be floor number 1. Press OK, edit, and the thickness, let's maintain the 200 thickness for as well. And here I'm going to use a stone material. So here, and then I'm gonna use polished granite. Click apply and then OK, and then OK again. And then here what we're gonna use is pick line, and then here we're going to go around the interior of this wall. I'm going to go around here because this will be an open area, and let's go from here as well and going around right here. And then of course we're gonna trim this out, TR, trim and extend right here, unjoin that, and then we're going to pick this again, TR, going around here, so basically something like that looks like this. Click on finish, and that's where we're going, and then make sure this one is hitting or it's connected up to this wall. I'm going to add probably the door right here, and then we will have an like the entertainment system right here, or we're going to put it on this side as well. So it's up to us to decide. So now let's go to insert, load family, and what we need to do first is to add furniture, and let's go to seating first, and let's click on the M sofa Corbo, click on open, CM, type in CM, and we'll be able to add our furniture right about here. So I'm gonna add furniture right here, and as you can see we could align it much better from this wall. So what we could do is move it right here, AL, and align it from this wall. Something right like that. That's good enough. And as you can see, we have enough space on this side. So what we could do is we could edit this sofa. So to be able to do a proper edit on the family, we will need to edit type and duplicate this because we don't want to ruin the original. So here I'm just gonna call it sofa number 2, and after that we'll be able to change the width to whatever width that we want to. So for example here I'm gonna make it around 2500 or maybe 2000, and then here I want it to be around 650 only for the depth. Press OK, and as you can see it changes a bit, and this is good enough for the size because I want to add something right here on this side and then maybe on the other side as well. So I want to add a different sofa on this side. So load family, and we have other sofa right here as well. So let's look for other sofa that looks similar or much better. So here, let's try this one, CM. So usually when I load a family, I immediately um, add it. So I press CM so that I don't need to keep on looking for those. So because if you keep on loading and then now you're ready to add all those things that you loaded, you will need to go to architecture and then click component, and then here after that you will need to look for those. And if you load a lot of stuff, that will take time to load. So might as well load one at a time, and then once you load one at a time, you'll be able to just add them instantly and you don't need to do anything else. So here I'm going to add 2 sofas similar to that, and then what I want to do is probably let's create a fireplace right here as well. So we have like an entertainment system right here, and then we have a fireplace right here, so that this is for formal get together area, and then this will be for kids that they want to watch TV and do some entertainment right here. After this, let's load in like for example a table, like a coffee table. Click open, CM on this once you load it, and as you can see we have different kinds. Let's see which one will be a better fit. So this one I think is a better fit for this part, and then this one is also good enough for this area. So I'm happy with the sizing right here. And then let's load more. I'm thinking the dining table. So let's go to tables, and then we have different kinds right here. I'm gonna use this one for the dining, and then CM, and we have different kinds as well right here, or we could also create our own size. So it's up to you if you want to do that. I think that's good enough. And then let's go to seating so that we could add this chair, chair brower, CM, and then add those seats right here. Usually I put it in one area first or in one side, and then after that I use mirror, and then mirror on this side. So hold on control and then select this one as well, and then you could use this as well because there's a midpoint showing up there, so you don't need to do the draw axis. So if you know that there's a pick axis, you'll be able to select that as well. So that one is good as well. What we can do here is we could add in like a credenza. So let's go and insert, load family, and go back here. We have storage, and we have credenza right here. Click on open, CM, and we'll be able to add the credenza on this, but I don't want the depth, it's too much, so I'm gonna edit this. So duplicate it first, you can put credenza, click OK, and then you can change the depth to around 500 only. So I think that's good enough for this size right here. And then that's good. And then what I want to do here is to add the door as well. So the kitchen will create we'll do it in one of the videos because that will take time. So what we could do is we could add in the doors. So here we could load a family, um, doors and walls, windows. Those are system families. So we could load them. So insert, load family, and go to doors. We could add in a better door than what we have right here. So I would like to use this panel, wood door, press open, and then I'm going to select all of them. So I'm gonna select at the top, scroll down, hold on shift and select the bottom, and then press OK. It will just say that you're loading too much or there's a lot, so I'm just gonna click on yes. And then this is a door family versus system family, so it's not that you cannot click on CM anymore. You will need to click on DR. So that's door. And then what we could do is we're going to maintain the 2000 height, so 2000 millimeter height, but we're gonna change it with different size. So the first size is the width, and then this is the height. So around 700 by 2000. That's what we're gonna use for the pantry, or sorry, for the powder room. And then here what we could use is around 600 going to the laundry room. And then for the main entrance, I want to load a different door. So I'm gonna use this door, the double glass. Click on open, and I'm going to choose the 1500 by 2000. DR to add, and we could add it basically here in the entrance. So I'm happy with this and happy with this. So next thing we're gonna do is we're going to add in our toilets and our sinks right here, or our vanity. So click on load, go back to the main and look for plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and then here we could have our water closet, and we could use the 2D only if you want to, or you could use whatever you want, but I'm just gonna use the 2D. Click on open, CM, and then let's add it right about here. Click on load family, go back right here, and we have our sink. Click on one of the sink. I'm gonna use probably a square vanity, and click on open. CM, spacebar multiple times, and we could just add it right here in the middle. And let's just add a detailed line in order for us to showcase that there is a top from there. So I'm happy with that. And let's add in another sink for this one, this area. So I'm gonna click on, go back right here, insert, load family, and we could have a double sink, maybe for, let's use this one, double, open, CM, and then let's add it for this part. And what we could do is we could load in those combo washer and dryer. So go back to the main, go to specialty, domestic, mid-range, and we have this dryer combo. click on open, CM, and then we could just add it into this wall. Let's remove the label. So let's go click edit type and uncheck the show label. Apply, OK, and we have our washer dryer combo right here. And the last thing that we need to do is we could use the line again, select that CS, that's create similar, and that's a faster way of adding stop things that you already added before. So for example, this one. So for example, if you want to add another washer and dryer, CS on that, and as you can see, you can add it instantly. It could go to walls as well. So interior wall, CS on that. You can add interior wall right here, and even furniture. For example, here, select that CS. So create similar, CS is a fast way of adding stuff that you already added. So you want to make sure that you utilize that, and you'll be able to add components instantly. Here now, let's go to load family, and I want to add some lights. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go to lighting, architecture, and we could do interior or internal. We could have this arm extension, but I want it to be floor lamp. So CM, add it. I want it to be on a different orientation, so a 45 degrees. And then after this, so I think the base is the bigger one. So here we have our floor lamp, and then I'm going to insert a table, a side table. So go to furniture, tables, and then we have this nightstand. Click on open, CM on that, and we could add in a side table on this. We could basically just give it some space at the back so that it looks good, and we could basically have this all, and I'm planning to give some space right here in order to showcase the area on this. So I want it to be glass, and maybe I will have the entertainment system on this side. In terms of this, maybe I might move this one on this side so that we could maximize the space right here for our entertainment system. So I'm still thinking of that there. So we'll be able to decide later on if we want, but I want all of this to be glassed so that we have a view here of, like, for example, a grass part with a tree. We could put in maybe a small fountain. So a fountain area here will be very nice. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're gonna continue working on part 3 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add all the furniture. We even added the doors. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is to create the entertainment right here, and also add like the curtain wall windows right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on the wall and then go to drop down curtain wall, and then here we're going to add going inside, and then this one also I'm going to put it right about here, and then after that click on modify and then click on cut geometry. You select the wall first and then the curtain wall. So once it's added and then cut, we're going to just push it a little bit so that we still have support there, and we're going to make this one floor to ceiling. And of course I want to give some space right here so that we could add in our entertainment system. So I'm going to push it a little bit more so that we have this space right here. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add this interior, or so this door will be going from the outside so that we have enough space. So what you do in order to relocate this is to pick new host and then here spacebar to change orientation, and then just select this area now. So that's how easy it is to add the location of the, or relocate the location of the door. So here instead of 600, I'm gonna go to drop down and make it 700 as well, similar to this, because we have enough space now in order to access this. Now what I want to do is to add the entertainment system all the way right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add a section, and I'm gonna go right here, going down up to up, so that we're seeing all of this. We can even push this one out only up to here. This is the view range of our section. And then after that, press escape multiple times and double click, and as you can see, we could see all our section right here. We have the glass and then we have the walls right here. And because we're going to add a floor as well right here, we're gonna maximize the height to 2800. So from floor to above, this will be 2800, because we're gonna minus the floor that we're gonna add onto our second floor on our level 2. So here we need to drop this down. So here we can select this and negative 200. So that's the floor to ceiling for that part right there. And then here we can actually add our model in place. So go to architecture, click on component, model in place, and then we could add in our generic model and then press OK. Click OK again, and we could select extrusion, pick a plane, and we're gonna select this plane. And then here we could create a rectangle. I want it to be floor to ceiling, similar to this, but I'm just gonna give it some space so that it's not too much right there. But this is 2800. So we're going to align it from the floor, and then if you check, this is exactly 2800, and we created some gap here so that we could add the flooring later on, similar to the ground floor that we have right here. It usually goes down for the floor. So now here the extrusion is around 10 only, and we need to set the material I'm gonna set this material to probably laminate, ivory, press OK, and then OK again. If we check, it's just a small one. That's just the backing of our model. And then after that, then we're going to add something right here. Uh, I'm going to create probably so now we're going to create another big plane. I'm going to select this plane now, and here we're going to select this. We're going to create some space here for some shelvings, and then here we're going to add where we're going to put the TV. So around 800, and the width is around 1600. I think that's more than enough for the TV. And then click finish. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move this one a little bit because I want it to be in a different situation. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create some void extrusion, and then select this, and then here we're going to just create some separation right here. And give it some of that. I want to see it in 3D and how it looks. I'm going to make this around 50 for the depth, and this is just perfect enough. In terms of material, I'm going to duplicate this so that they have different materials that I can set up later on. And then let's go back here, select this one again, pick a plane, and we're going to just maximize this. Will be another 50. Great, finish. This is a wood material, select that and use one of this, click apply, OK, and I want to have the same void extrusion. This will be 10 only. Copy, and then click finish. That's good enough. And then now what we can do is we could go back to section. I want to add the same material, extrusion, pick a plane, select this one, and we have the casing here. that we're going to do, offset this to around 15. Going inside, this will be 50 as well. And then this material is the same one that we use on this side. Now this will be going all the way right here. I'll align it then we could just trim and extend right here so that we have this long and nice design right here that we're going to offset around 25. Going inside and going inside right here, and then align it like that. Click finish. I want to see it in 3D and I want to see it with color. Of course, we need to extend it a little bit. I'm going to make this around 100 and then this one as well to 100 so that we have enough right there. This one 100 as well. So now we have some backings there. Go back right here and we want to have some dark backs right here. So what we're gonna do is we're going to create extrusion. We can also add the same materials right here so that it looks much better. Extrusion, pick a plane, select this plane and this one as well, 10. I'm gonna add it right here and then add it on this side. Click finish and then another one, pick a plane. This I want to be dark, so I want a gray paint. I'm going to use this, the duplicate one, and I'm going to select this one right here. If we see it, it will look like that. We're gonna add the TV in the middle and we're gonna cover some of this so that we have something to look at. So for example, I'm going to edit so that we could add in some shelvings right here, 25 to be consistent. And then we will add the one at the top as well. Something right here in the middle. I want to make sure to have a 25 because that's 1 inch and that looks good. What I'm gonna do is SL, split element on those. Actually this one we need to delete and then SL on this. Now we need to trim and extend. this to this side and then trim it again. SL on this, but I think we have that one there. SL to trim and extend. And then on this side as well, SL, trim and extend. Now we just need to keep on adding this. And then here we just need to again do this. So might as well just do it, just slice it in the middle right there. And then now you just need to trim and extend on the top part. So just a little bit of work, but the result will be really good. And then I'm gonna leave this one a little bit bigger. And for this side, yes, I'm going to add some as well. Maintain that 25 so that everything is consistent. SL and then trim and extend. And then delete this so that we have some of that. Copy multiple times in different areas. And then SL on one side. And then trim and extend. And then click on finish. Look at it at 3D to appreciate it. And then we're just gonna create a cover on some of them. Same thing, so extrusion, pick a plane. I'm gonna select this face here, the face that we have on this one, and then we don't need to do anything else, as we just need to put Gulam and then 10. We just need to cover this. Give it some space so that they know that. And then copy. Something like that. And I'm going to add something on this side as well. Click on finish, and if we check it in 3D, it will look something like this, and it looks really good. Next thing we're gonna do is we're just going to add a TV so that it looks much better. So go to insert, load family, Go back. We have flat screen right here. Click open, CM, add it right here. I'm going to push it somewhere here. Go to section, move it in place, uncheck the stand, and then here what we could do is check the dimension. I want it to really be fit. 1585. So we just need to edit this and then copy. And then here diagonal. So the diagonal is basically this one, from this corner to this corner. So to do that, I'm going to try the angle. No, not the angle. $13.41.42. $17.48. So around 1300. I'm going to leave it like this. I think that's good enough. And then delete, and then delete. Of course, if I'm being too much, I could basically move all of this to here. In order for me to justify what we did. So it looks fit. So now it looks like that. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 4 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the entertainment system here. Now, what we're gonna do is we're gonna add something right here as well, so that we have this living area completed. So I'm just gonna move the furniture on the left side, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drag this section, and then we're going to flip it. So that we don't need to keep on adding sections anymore, and we could just start from here as well. So I'm gonna double click here, and as you can see, we just need to move this so that we have enough space for us to see everything right here. And also what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back to level 1 and I'm gonna push this so that we don't see anything from this side. So as you can see, everything is good. I'm not seeing all the cut version of the sofa and then the coffee table so that we could see everything nicely. So I'm gonna start off by going to architecture, click on component, model in place, and then of course generic model. Click OK, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create an extrusion. I'm gonna choose this wall and I'm gonna put it at 10, and let's change this material because we already used this materials from the last video. So here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use something wood. So here I'm gonna just pull it up and then apply OK, and we're going to create a rectangle from below going to above. And similar to what we did on the last video, we want to make sure that we just put 2800 because the 200 it will be for the floor. So we want it to be floor to ceiling, not floor to floor. So at least this one, we know the limit that we're going to put, and we know the thickness of the floor that we're going to add later on. So here I'm just gonna press finish. So my idea, what I'm gonna add here is basically we will have a fireplace around here and also some shelvings on left and right side. So now we're going to create another extrusion, pick a plane, and we're gonna select this extruded wall that we just created. And then here we're going to change the material to another wood material so that we could differentiate it later on. Apply OK, and then here we're going to add, so for the extrusion maybe around 450. We can change that later on, but right now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add like this one right here, and then I wanted so instead I'm going to create an extrusion here. So don't worry, I'm gonna mirror this later on, and around maybe 600 in space. And then here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do an offset of 25 going inside, so space bar going inside, and we're going to give some space at the bottom, 25 as well. So I'm going to move this something like that, and then we're going to add some shelvings right here. So copy this CO and then put 25 on that. After that, we're gonna maintain the spacing, copy it again, make sure multiple is checked, and grab it from there. And then we're going to leave it like that. SL to split on both sides. I'm splitting it on one side of this one so that I don't need to trim and extend both sides. So it will make my life easy. So I'm gonna show you what I mean. So now if I'm gonna trim it, I just need to trim it at the top. So another way of making your life easy, you don't need to do a lot of trimming. So once we're done, click on finish. I want to see it. So I think 450 is good enough. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back here. I'm going to create another backing for this. Extrusion, pick a plane and this wall. And we just want to maintain the same backing, and then here make it 10. Click finish, and then as you can see we have the backing for this one as well. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna extrude another part on this side. I'm gonna select this, and then we're going to move it all the way to the left and right. And then here I want this one to be 450 as well, but on a different material. Another different material, another wood would be good. And then with this one, let's move it to 450 and then click apply and then click like that. And then we're going to make some extruded part right here with the same material, so that I'm going to show you what it looks like later on, so that we have some spacing right here. And then here we could put 10, and then we could just mirror this or use this instead. We need to look for, so this one is the one that is overlapping, so we can move that one there. We want to see where the midpoint is. There's the midpoint, and we just need to make some room, maybe 5 only, and then put this one to 10. So that's good enough. So we mirror that one right there. If we see it in 3D, it will look like that. So that looks nice. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna mirror this one, but we need to finish this first. And what I'm planning to do here is, let's go back to section, actually on level 1, and we need to create the same extrusion. So I'm gonna create the same material, and then here actually I'm gonna do this first. Extrude, pick a plane, this one, and then instead of 450 we're going to put 400, and then here the same material as what we have here. Click finish. It will look like this, but we're going to create something here on level 1, because we're going to extrude it from here. And then we're going to create some notches there. Okay, so once we're done, we can just delete the small ones that we create and then SL, and then similar to what we did on the shelves, we're just going to click on one of the part just to save us some time, and then trim and extend. And then click on finish, and then here we're just seeing some intersection that we missed, and then go back to section. You want to extrude it so that you can see a lot better, and put it like that. So in 3D everything looks much better. And then what we need to do is we could just go to section, and then here we could just mirror this. There we go. So that is looking good. And then after that, go back to section, and what we could do is we could create the placement right here. So another extrusion, take a plane, and then here we want it to be like that. AL, align it right here so that everything looks nice. And then we're going to add something right here, like a box as well, with the glass, so that we could add in our fireplace. After this, what we could do is we could do 425, and then after this another extrusion, but pick this plate, and then here we need to move this. There we go. And now we could just do it like this. We could just grab this one and then put 10, or we could do 5 if we want to, so that there we go. And then SL on that side, this side, and then now trim and extend. Click finish, And if we want to see it, it will look like that. This one should be 10, 25 only. There we go. And then go back to section. Here we could just create, pick a plane, select the wall at the back, and we're gonna extrude it, but using a different material. I'm just gonna use a different wood material. Let's put it at 450. And then here, an offset of 50 going inside. And you know what? I'm going to make it maybe 500 so that it's protruding a little bit and it looks nicer. And then we're going to put the same materials at the back. Pick a plane. This one should be 10. Same material as the case. And then we're going to put a glass. So in order to put a glass, I want to add it from this side. So now another extrusion. This one, I want glass, so type in glass. This one, let's use this. And I'm going to put it right here. In terms of this one, let's put 900 so that we can see it a lot better. There we go. And we could just adjust this to the size. Now we could just click finish. Now we have something that looks like this. And if we want to see it much better, we could use realistic. And as you can see, once we have something right here, it will look really nice. So if we have a flame, we're going to add it there. And as you can see, this one is going to look really good once there. We can also put TV right here. So there's a lot of ideas that we could do in order to make this one really nice. So maybe another thing that we could add is like a stone like floor here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to level 1 again, and here I'm going to select, or I'm just gonna select this one, edit in place, because I'm already using everything like this. So I'm going to add the flooring right here, and then here we just need to change it. So change it to another stone. Maybe we could use rubble, so just to represent those stone, and click finish section. So we have all of this right here, and we're going to just I think that's good enough. If we see, we have the stone finish right there. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull this one up. So let's go back to section. I'm just clicking in my tab so that I want to grab that again. There we go. But I'm just going to make it very thin so that it's not visible too much on here. So click on finish once you're done, and I believe this is very good. We could also add TV there, but I'm not gonna add it. It's something that we could add some designs to later on. But right now, we finished the video. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 5 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish up by creating this one for our living area. And we also finished from the previous video as well, our family room or entertainment room. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So what I want to do next is to add the backyard. So let's go to ground, and then one of this, so the exterior wall, you select that and then click on, or we could just create a new wall. So click on wall, go back here, let's look for exterior wall, edit, duplicate, make it exterior wall number 2, and then click on edit, maintain the 200 thickness, and for the material, let's change this up. I want to choose one of the stone materials right here, or even let's change it up like one of the concrete here. Apply, OK, and then OK. And we're going to connect it from this wall right here, and then all the way to A1, and then going across to 5 and going back right here. And select that again, CS. We're gonna close this off by adding this border right here, going across here, and finishing off right here. And in terms of height, right now we could select all of this. So click on tab. Let's put it at level 2. And then we need to offset this to negative 1500. Select this one, and then top constraint 2, and then negative 1500. And then here, what we could do is we could select the exterior wall number 1 by clicking on tab, and then after that, base constraint to ground floor. And then we're going to include this wall right here that we have. Ground floor as well. And that's the way I like it. And then here, go to ground again. And what we're going to form here is the area for the swimming pool. So the way we're going to do it is we're going to form another wall. So select the wall, edit type, duplicate. This will be full wall. Press OK, edit, and here we need to change maybe a tile, ceramic tile. That's good enough for me to use. Thickness, let's change this to 100. And then here you can use ground up to level 1. That's fine because we're going to change the offset, the base, and then the top offset. So right now we just create, this one is around 2800 by, let's see, this one is around 6000. So that's good enough. And I'm gonna place it all the way at the back right here. And then we will have a deck going to form around here. And then we will have some trees around and some bushes around here. So here, let's go to 3D. And we already set this one up to level 1. But this one should be ground, and this one should be ground as well, but with a negative base offset so that it goes below. So around 2000 is good enough. Actually 2000 is too much, so 1500, negative 1500. And then we need to create the floor right there. So ceramic tile is what we use. And then here we need to change the view range because as you can see it's not showing. So what you need to do is you need to change the view depth unlimited so that it shows. So now here, component, model in place, generic model. We need to create the floor. So I'm going to use ceramic. Ceramic tile. And then here, probably just 10 or maybe 20 for the depth. And then here, we could change this one anyway. So we're going to manually change the height. And then here, we need to just use rectangle. Because we just need to box this one out. Let's look at the 3D. And then as you can see, it goes to the ground. So we just need to pull it down because if you're making a model in place, it's very much, you can manipulate it easily, similar to this. So you could just grab all this. You can even extend this if you want to. So that's how easy it is to use a model in place. And then now we need to also add an extrusion for a water. Let's use water right here. Pull it up, click apply and then OK. And then select rectangle again. And then add that rectangle right there, AL. And then let's look at it at 3D and see how it looks. So I just wanted to lower it a little bit. I wanted to at least give some gap. So I think that's good enough for there. And then click finish. After that, let's go again to ground. And I want to put the grass portion of this. Maybe I'll put the deck first and then after that grass around here. So here I'm gonna use model in place again, another generic model, and then here the deck, I'm going to use another wood material, that we have here. Apply OK, and then here we just need to add it right about here. I think that's good enough. And then go to 3D and then extend it a little bit. Right now, we're extending to 200, but we're going to add maybe one strip of like a stair here and another one right here. So we can extend that and add on later on. Click on finish, and then another one, another model in place. Here we could actually, we need to create the floor now so that it's easier for us. So floor around here would be grass, because I want some grass around. So might as well click on floor, edit type, duplicate, floor number 2 will be grass. And then pull it up, apply OK, and then OK. Put it right here. I'm gonna use this one first. Also right here. Around here should be good enough. 600. We're probably going to maintain that 600. And then 600 probably right here. And then now we need to trim and extend. Delete this. Trim and extend right here. And then right there. So around here, I want grass. And then of course, around here is a different floor that we're gonna use. Click on floor, edit, duplicate, and then I'm gonna choose a concrete floor right here. Of course, those are not yet the finish material, because once we're in Twinmotion, it's a lot easier to add those right there. So here I'm gonna click on pick line. And then around here. So we just need to trim and extend on this side and click, and then trim and extend as well on this side. And then click finish. And then if we want to curve this a bit, we just need to give it some curve. We could edit later on. But right now, this one's looking good because we could add in grass. Of course, I'm gonna put in a window here, and then a sliding door right here. And or maybe I'm gonna put a protruding door here, the bifold door. So on this side. Now I'm gonna provide the link here. It will be a part 1 description of this series. So what you need to do is click on the second link. So I will have a second link. What you need to do is click on to download pull ladder, maybe the parametric folding door, or either the sliding door. So either way, we're gonna use those ones. Maybe we're download the pot light as well, circle. We're gonna use that later on. And the handle for this one is for the kitchen. So we're basically adding all of this later on. But this will be in the part 1 description, probably the second link. So you need to have those. And then once you do, go to downloads, And then in the downloads, what you just need to do is you just need to drag and drop. So I'm gonna click on pull ladder and drag it. It will update itself if it's not yet the correct update or the correct version. But here what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add it on this side, because most of the time what we have here is some stairs. So pull stairs. Here is the pull ladder, and once we check that, it looks pretty good on that side. What I'll also do is select this wall, and I want to have a top offset of at least 20. So at least I have that um, that those things protruding a little bit. And then after this, what I want you to do is to drag and drop the sliding or the folding door. I'm going to use the folding door first, or let's try both of them. Folding door, we will have it something like this, but it's too big. So this is editable. So what we could do is head height, we want it to be at least 2000. And then here, I want it to be zero cell height. And then here, I want it on level 1. So that's correct. And then I want to edit this. Number of panel, it depends on you on how much you're gonna add. But in terms of the width, this one, let's put in 2000. And then here for the width, around probably 4000 only. The number of panel, I'm gonna put 6. And then let's look at it, how this is looking right here, where we can just move it a little bit. So I'm estimating around something right here, around 3200 only. So we will need to edit this again, instead of maybe 4, and then here 3200 width, and then height, and then frame. And as you can see, it's easy to edit, maybe 3000. But here we could just move this one, because I think this is more than enough space for the living area. So I'm just going to snug it in like that. And if we see it, it looks much better like this, so that you could just open the blinds like that. And like I said earlier, I'm going to add probably a stairs here and then another stairs here, so that it looks much better. So probably 2 stairs here, and then probably one more right here. So now I think I'm just gonna use the parametric folding door. So but if you want to use the sliding door, you could drag and drop that there. It's not yet updated, so leave it. Don't cancel the upgrade, so just leave it like that. And then once it's upgraded, you can see how it looks. I'm going to show it to you. So either or, you'll be able to select which one you want. But for me, I like the way this one looks. I like the sliding door as well, but this one looks much better. So here we have the sliding door as well, and you can click here to make it open. So it's easy to use as well, and then it's easy to edit. As you can see, you could just edit type, and then you could have all of this change as well instantly. So it's up to you to decide which one you're gonna use. I'm gonna use this one, and I'm gonna leave it like that. And then before we finish this, I want to have stairs around here. So I'm gonna put stairs around here, and then I'm gonna put stairs right here. So I'm gonna click on edit. So I'm gonna click on edit, in place, extrusion, and we're going to have, I'm gonna set this one, pick a plane. I'm gonna select it from this wall. And then after that, I'm gonna use rectangle to estimate the height. I'm gonna align it from this top. There we go. And probably, I think this is good enough. Or I'm going to edit the extrusion again, and then just leave something like this. So 100. Trim this, click finish. So it looks nice like that. We can extend it a little bit more, something like that. This one looks good. And then now let's do it on this side as well. So create a sweep. So I'm gonna create a sweep. I'm gonna pick path first. I'm gonna pick this path going here, but we need to connect both of this path. So after that, click on finish, edit profile, and similar to that, we could create this profile right here. This one we could just go down now. So maybe 100 instantly, and then we could extend it a little bit, maybe 200 on that. And then click on finish, and then finish again. And as you can see, this one looks much better as well. And I want to copy the same material. We want to copy the same material, and at least everything looks good right here. We could edit this if we want to make it nice, so that it knows that. So cancel that. This one we just need to edit sweep again, select profile, edit profile, and we could just make it 300. Cannot generate to modify it, so something is not working right here. I'm gonna investigate first. So what I did is I just redo what I did because something's wrong. So once I finish this, I save it, and then I did it. I did this one at its own, so that's why. And then now what I need to do is go to ground, and I just need to fix this. I want this grass material to be at least until here, and then here I want this to go around here. So let's trim this out. And there we go. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 6 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to create the outside part. So we added the pool and then the deck, and we added the sliding door. Now we're going to continue working on this. Here, I can see that we have this part. So I'm just going to copy this top offset so that we can apply it right here as well. And then might as well add the glass or the windows right here. So let's go to level 1, and I'm going to select this curtain wall CS, and let's add our windows on this side. You want to make sure to click on spacebar so that it goes inside. And then also let's add one right here. And then let's go to 3D, and then here let's go to modify, cut, select the wall first and then the curtain wall and then curtain wall, and let's see how it looks. This is good because it already set the top offset for us. We don't need to worry about it. Next thing we're gonna do is I'm planning to add a pergola on this. So this one, I want it to actually go down a little bit. So for the curtain wall, I want it to be at 2000 only. So I need to pull it down a little bit more and negative 800 instead, because that I just want my floor to ceiling curtain wall to be only here, not on this side. So I'm actually gonna copy this to apply on this side, and then we're gonna add a pergola so that once we add something here, it will really be nice. And then obviously we have to pull it up a little bit. So let's do this nicely. So make it 950 for base offset. There we go. And then at least everything is consistent with the height and everything else. And then here we're gonna add bushes and then a small tree that is at least visible with the kitchen that we're gonna create later on. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm also going to add a grass part on this side. So I know this is floor number 2, so let's go to level 1 and let's add a floor number 2 right here. So let's change this to 2 and then select here, and we want to add the flooring right here. Click finish, and then let's look at it, and this one looks good. I just want to pull it back a little bit because I put it too much, and that will be really good. We're going to add grass part here later on. It's a little bit on the first floor level, not like here it's underground. So I kind of put it up a little bit so that it's easier to look at and it's easier to see. Now what I'm gonna do is we could actually add our mullions right here. So click on architecture, mullion, all grid, and we're going to select 50 by 65. So I'm going to add it on this side and then on this side as well. There we go. So we have right there. Uh, on this side, we need to click on curtain grid first. So I'm going to make it 3 and then just put it in the middle on this side. And then after that, click on mullion, all grid, and select those windows right there. So I'm happy with that. And then now we can start adding our pergola. What I want to do first is to add 2 posts. So now let's go to ground floor and we're going to set a model in place. So click on component drop down, model in place, and then here generic model. After this, extrusion, and then here we're gonna set a wood material. I want this wood material to be consistent, so I'm gonna use it all the time. So 24H Lulam, and then here we're going to add, because we're going to connect it to our wall right here. So I just want to set maybe 100 to 100. Or make it 150 instead. Just to give that thickness. Copy and then move it on this side. And then let's change this extrusion to around 900. And the way model in place is good is that you can manipulate it afterwards. So here, as you can see, it's not too much, but we can manipulate it and put it up ourselves. And then here, we're going to touch it and we will have another one right here. That is will be the cross beam. And then after that, we're going to add the one at the top. So here, create extrusion, set, pick a plane, and then on top of this post that we just created. Now it's not letting us, so we're going to just select it here. It's fine because we could also pull it up. So after that, go to 3D, pull it up again, similar to what we did here. The reason that you cannot select the one at the top because of the view range. So we have it here. We're going to have, so actually it's much better if we, so I'm gonna undo that first. I'm going to edit and might as well add it on this side as well so that it looks much better. So align, and then AL, align it on this side. And then now trim and extend, TR, trim and extend on this side. Go to 3D and then pull it up. So we have our stuff right here. We just need to add the remaining. So the way I'm gonna do this is I'm going to set something right here on this side. So we could go to maybe east elevation and then create another extrusion, pick a plane, and then here we're going to set, choose this wall right here, extrude it, and then maybe rectangle so that it's easier to see, and then we can make it something like that because we're going to add some design here. Click on finish, look at it at 3D on how it looks. So now we're going to size it up like so. So that's fine. And then once we do finish that, we could go to level 1 probably, whatever's easy to see. So level 2. And once we're here, we could actually go and array this. So we're gonna array, click on last. Here we could set it on how many we want, maybe 15. Set it all the way to the left side. But the problem with this is because I set it so it doesn't let me, the constraint here, because I set it on this wall. So instead, I'm gonna discard this. I'm gonna undo it actually. So actually instead, we need to go to north elevation, and I'm going to add it on this side. So extrusion, pick a plane, we're gonna select this wall, and we just need to add one of this. Click on finish, go to 3D, extrude it now, similar to what we were planning to do. And let's go to level 2, select this, array, click on last, change this to 15, and then grab it. So after this, as you can see, you can increase the how many of this you want to add, and then it will space it out. So even though like that, you can space it out and it will space it out nicely. So that's the way you could do it fast and easy. And if you see it, it will look like that. And you probably can increase it more, 30, and depending on how you want it. And then before we click finish, let's create some design here. So let's go now to our east elevation, and we're going to set this to avoid extrusion. We need to pick a plane, select this plane, and then here we could change something. So I'm going to set it like that. Let's put it like that. So it depends on you on how you're gonna design this. So don't you worry. Turn this side. And then now let's put this one right there. Click on finish. Go to 3D. Now we just need to extend this. So I'm just going to grab this to be extended. I just need to grab this, and then once you grab, you can see once we cut geometry, So we're going to cut geometry right now, and there we go. And you just need to select that, cut geometry on each and every one of them. There we go. You know that it is there. You just need to click geometry and select all of those. That's the only thing that this is doing, is that you just need to cut geometry each and every one of them. There we go. And then click on finish. And let's admire what we've accomplished. And this one looks really good. Another thing that I want to do is to add something on here. I'm gonna use a sweep so that the difference of this floor to this floor. So here I'm gonna click on model in place, and then generic model, and then after that click on sweep, and then pick path, and this is just going to be a simple sweep just to add some details on our drawing. So click on finish, edit profile, and then here we could select this rectangle, and we want to go and add it on this side, and then we want to change this to a concrete material. Anything will do. Apply, OK, and then OK again, and there you go. Something different that we could add to make everything look nice. Just a separation like that. And then in Twinmotion, we could add in some furniture right here, even a barbecue. We could add it on this side, and then some seating, and then we also have some space to add in for our pool chair right here. And what I'm gonna do as well on this side is I want to split this. I forgot the material that we use here. So concrete board form. So I want to make sure to check that. And here we're just going to modify and then split face. I'm gonna select this, and we're going to just add a line here so that we could differentiate two different material. So now click on paint, concrete form, which is we have, and select that. Now it looks consistent, but we still have this part right here. So that's the only way that I want to do that. And then here, what we could do is we could go to level 1, and we want to double check how this one is being changed. So we need to click on wall joints, select that, and then here we could click on next, and we want it to be on this side, so that once we do that, we have everything nicely. Okay, so now we need to split, grab a line there, click finish, click right here, and we want to make sure to select the same material. And as you can see, everything flows nicely right here. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 7 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the pergola. We added some windows and we added all the mullions. Now we're gonna continue working on this. We want to start by creating our kitchen. So now let's go to level 1, and here under our level 1 I want to move our section on this side, and then I want to flip them as well so that we'll be able to see what we're working on. So I'm just adding it here and I want to see everything. What I'm planning to do is to have basically an L shape. Fridge will be on this side, L shape. We have cabinets on top of here, but not on this side because we have some windows right here. So something different. So now let's go to architecture, drop down component, model in place, and then select generic model, press OK, and then OK. Click on extrusion, and we want to set this to a wood material, a different wood material. So here, let's choose one of this materials right here, 28C. Click apply, OK, and then we're going to create the base. Here, let's set this one to 875, and then let's add an L shape right here. I'm gonna set this to around 600, and then I want to make sure to maintain all of that. So this one should be around 600 as well. I want to see 650. I want to set this to 650 instead, and then trim and extend on both sides, and then delete those remaining right there. So 650 and then 650 on this side. So I'm happy with that. And then after that, click on finish, look at it at 3D, and it will look like that. Next thing we're gonna do is we're going to add our kick plate. So we're gonna use a void form and then sweep. Pick path, select here and select here. Click on finish, and then click here again, edit profile, and then select this rectangle. We're going to put this one right here. This one is around 50, and then this one is make it 100. So that's our kick plate. Click finish, and then go to modify again, and then click finish again, and then click on cut geometry. So now it's cut. As you can see right there, we created our kick plate. Next, I'm going to go back to level 1 and select this to add in our top. So here I'm going to select extrusion, set, and then once you click that, we're going to add so I'm going to use pick line, and then after this I'm going to set this to 25, and the material should be a stone material. This one we already used, so I'm gonna use this one. Click there, and then as you can see, I need to set this one properly again. So edit, pick a plane. I'm gonna use this plane. There we go. And as you can see, we have our countertop. And then next thing we're gonna do is we're going to add the sink. So what we're gonna do is go to insert. So before we do that, let's click on finish first, and then we could edit this later on. So here, go to insert, load family, and then here what we're gonna do is we're going to go to plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and then select the sink, and we're gonna choose one of this. And then I'm gonna choose this one instead, or maybe the one for the island. So just a small kitchen. Oh no, I'm gonna choose the single. Click on open, CM, and then I want to select it on this side. And since we're here already, let's add in some of the furniture or equipment. So specialty equipment, domestic, mid-range, and we're going to add in the fridge. So I'm going to use this, click open, type in CM to add it instantly. And then here, I don't want my label to show. Click apply, okay, and then let's align all of this. AL, let's move this first so that we can align it properly. AL, and then align it there. And of course, we're going to create a case here. So actually, we shouldn't align it. Let's just align it at the back, which is it's already at. So I'm gonna create a case here for this. But I want to change the depth to 650 as well, so that it looks nice enough on this side. So we have enough space, and we still have this one's still visible. So as you can see, we need to void this one as well, because right here we need to edit again. So go to level 1, edit, and then here we need to void extrusion so that we can see the sink here. So rectangle, we need to set it, pick a plane, and then let's select it right here. After that, let's just give it some space like this. I don't want to make sure I want to make sure that I don't touch this because I don't want it to be flashing. And then here, as you can see, we have our extruded part, but it's not extruded too much. So I'm going to extrude it going down so that we could see this one. So cut geometry, and as you can see, it's showing now. So that's how you do it, like that. And then we're going to create an island. So that's the last thing that we're gonna do. What I'm gonna do next is to maybe add something right here. So let's create, or let's do the section. So I want to make sure that we have the section open, and here let's create an extrusion, pick a plane, and then select this wall, and then here we're going to change it to a different wood material, maybe 36C, apply, OK, select this one, and create an opening right here. And then this one should be all the way to 2800 only, so that's perfect. And then delete this, and then SL on this, and then TR, trim and extend. Click finish, see it in 3D, and then let's just push it out like that. And then let's go to level 1. I want to see how it looks. So it looks good. And here we need to add our cabinets. So I want to see what the material we'll use here. See, Control C, go to section, and then let's add or start adding those ones. So here I'm gonna click on extrusion, pick a plane, and we're gonna select it here. I want to have an extrusion of only 10 because it's just the door of the kitchen door. And here I want at least offset this to 10 as well, so that we have some gap going inside like that. And then might as well mirror this. And then here we could just move this one, or just delete or offset this to 5. And then delete the one in the middle, and then another one. So we have those that we could create SL on that, and then SL right here, trim it. This one should be deleted, and then trim it again here, and then delete this part. So now this is looking good. We just need to mimic the spacing, copy it, and grab it from the corner. And then we're gonna do it on this side as well. CO, grab it there, so that we don't need to keep on creating those split element. CO there, I don't want to touch that, so CO, grab it there, and move this one. And you want to make sure that you have the correct spacing. Let's use this, and then put 10. So that's good on that side. And how about on this side? Let's fix this as well. CO, and let's add it on this side as well. Obviously, it's not all hinge door. We have drawers as well. So might as well add those drawers as well right here. Offset it to 10 and copy and grab it. Put it on this side, so to change it a bit, make it equal at least. And then now SL, and then SL. You just need to split it and then TR, trim and extend, unjoin them. So this one we need to SL as well. This one is an extra, so we could just delete, trim and extend. We need to SL on here, and then this will be extra. Trim and extend, and those are extras. This one's good. Okay, and then now column 36. See, that's fine. So we're gonna do that on the other side as well. Go to 3D, and we have something that looks like this. I want to add more detail, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select that again, or right here, void form, void extrusion instead. Pick a plane is I'm gonna choose this plane, and here I'm gonna put -5 and then go 5, and then here we're going to offset this to around 50, and just simply add this information right here. This one will make it look really good and look really modern. Click on finish and click on cut geometry, and if we see that, as you can see, it really looks good. A simple, but as you can see, a big impact in the way the kitchen will look. So next thing we're gonna do is just gonna click finish, because what we can do next is go to level 1 and add another section here so that we could see it much better. So I'm going to flip this on this side, change the view range, and then just double click so that we have our section 2 right here, and we could just move this one on the side. So now I'm going to select this, edit. We have glulam 36, so I want to make sure that this is the one, this is the same material that I'm gonna use. Click extrusion, pick a plane, and what I'm gonna do is click right here, select, and then here offset this to 10, and might as well put it in the midpoint, flip it, and I want around 450 instead, and then copy it, select, and just move it. 10 is perfect, that's the way I like it, and then just copy, select this, copy, and then put it right here on this side, and then another one on this side, copy it again, put it on this side, and then lastly on this side. So the ones at that end, we just need to make it going inside, and then we're just going to leave it like that, and here we just need to change this to 10 and 0, and then here glulam 36, click apply on that, and then click finish. So we have all of those. Um, also what we could do is edit again. I want to add some drawers as well. So similar to what we did, we just need to add two up here, or maybe another one drawer, and then offset this to 10, and then right there, and then SL right there at the top, and then now trim and extend, and then trim right here on this side as well. And then we have something that looks like this, but we're still not ready because we can void this, void extrusion, pick a plane, select this, again -5, and then put 5 right here to apply. Use this, offset 50, and then click right here, and then just select the edges. Use spacebar to change the orientation of the offset. Okay, and then we just need to finish up, and there we go. So click on finish, and then cut geometry, and then finish again, and look at it at 3D. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 8 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to start adding the kitchen. Now we're gonna continue on this. I want to focus on probably the top cabinet and then the island. So now let's go back to level 1 and let's select section 1 as well. So here we're going to use the same one. So select this, edit in place, and we're going to create an extrusion, pick a plane, and we're going to select this wall, and we need to change this. So 0 start, and then here we could add probably 400 for the top cabinet, and then here we want to use Gulam 36, the one that we use on this cabinets, and then here I'm just going to add a boolean, so around 250, make it maybe 200 only. Click finish, go to 3D to extend this, align it from this extension, and then those cabinets will fall under that. Go back to section, create extrusion again, pick a plane, select this wall, 400 is already set. So I'm just going to add this one right here, and you want to make sure that this is 800 and same material. So Gulam 36, and the only thing that I don't like is this one is protruding right here. So I probably want to change right here. I'm gonna move this wall. So I'm going to click on finish this first, delete all the mullions, So I'm gonna select all of this instead, filter this, and then wall grids, and then mullions. So I'm just going to select all the mullions and maybe the curtain grids and then delete them. There we go. So that's very useful to use is the filter. And then here I'm going to change. We can move this one right here so that we have enough space. And I think that's good enough. Much better. And then curtain grid first. I'm just going to put it in the middle, similar to others, and then here just click all. So that's how easy it is to fix, and then it's not protruding on this side. So now let's go back to section 1, and what we're going to do is we're going to add this one as well. So select this, edit in place, and we could do extrusion, pick a plane, select this plane right here. Now 10, select here, and actually I think it's much better if we copy the way we have on the bottom. So I'm just gonna copy the way it is so that everything looks much better right here, and then align it on this side and then on this side. So now it's much better. I could grab this one, copy, and it will be a lot faster to add. And then at the same time on this side, copy again, and it's a lot faster to add. And then let's just align it at the end right here. And maybe this one we could just force it to go on this side, and then 10. And then now click on finish, and then after that void extrusion again, pick a plane, and we're gonna choose this. Here we need to put -5 again, and then 5. Click apply, click rectangle, offset it to 50, and just click on the end on all of them. To make it a lot faster, just do the ones that are not standard. This one are standard. Copy it on one corner to just make it a little bit fast. Click on finish, cut geometry, and then finish again. And if we see 3D, it will look like that. We just forgot to make this one. This is supposed to be 10 only. So don't worry, it will fix itself because we put it on those planes. So the void form is not gonna be troublesome. It's going to fix itself. So that's good. We have the top portion right here. Might as well fix this one. So have the same look as what we have on this. Let's do section. I'm planning to add probably an open area here, so I'm going to void this. Void extrusion, pick a plane, void this one. I'm going to just select something like this. Align it so that everything is aligned, and then go to 3D, and then just push it like that, and then cut geometry. So now it looks much better, but we're not done yet because we could. So let's add Gulam 36. This is Gulam 36. So everything is Gulam 36. We just need to add the same cabinet on the side. So extrusion, pick a plane, Gulam 36. This one should be 10 and this is supposed to be 0. Let's add an offset here of 10, going inside, and then here, get it from the corner, and I'm going to align the ones at the bottom so that everything, the one at the top, there we go. There we go, right there. And then align it from the top. And then here again, might as well do it. There we go. Looks much better. Maybe put a break here, offset this to 10, and then SL. And then trim and extend. There we go. And then just click finish. And we're not yet done. We're gonna say do the same thing. Extrusion, pick a plane, and then -5, and then 5 here. Offset 50. This one is too short, so we cannot do it. Maybe if we put 25, let's do 25 instead. So here we're going to do this like that. There we go. And click finish and then select cut geometry. Look at it in 3D and it looks good. I'm happy with the way it looks. So next thing we're gonna do is we're going to add our island. So let's go to level 1 and then here we're going to go back to architecture, model in place, and then here generic model. We're going to extrude this and we're going to choose a different wood material. Maybe the 36H is already used, 32H as well, 24C is not. So I'm going to use that. Select right here. This will be 0 and this one will be 875 is the height that I'm going to use. I'm going to have it right here. We can extend it more. So 1000. And this one should be 2200. Let's move it in the middle so we have enough spacing. And then we can add in more right here because we could just move this one a bit on the side. So after that, click on Finish. Look at it at 3D to see how it looks. Now we just need to add kick plate on each side. So I'm going to use void sweep, but only on one side first. Pick, edit profile, this one. Let's maintain the 50 by 100 so that we're very consistent with all of what we're doing. Click Finish and then Finish again, cut geometry. And then we're going to do it on the other side. Void sweep again, pick path, select the path, go back here, edit profile, select this one and do this right here and then 50. Click on Finish and then Finish and then cut geometry. So like the way it looks. Now I'm going to create something here. I want the countertop to wrap around here, falling water or something like that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to click on Create, Extrusion, Set. I'm gonna set it on this plane, and then I'm going to go to section right here, and as you can see we have it right there. Select here, and this one we're not gonna use that, but we're going to use another stone. I'm just gonna use the granite, same thing. Granite rough. And then here we could wrap this one around. I'm just working on this one, and then trim and extend all of this, and then delete the ones that are not needed. And then here we need to put 25 on each side to make it consistent with everything else. 25. And then here we could just put 600 for now. Click on Finish. Let's look at it at 3D. And then now we just need to move it on the other side like this, and we're going to give something right here, and then here probably we're going to move it a little bit like that as well. Also here we're going to align it, AL, align it on this face for some of this. Click finish first, AL. Let's just move it so that everything is aligned. And then here, we could add in some furniture. So I'm just going to move this one a little bit on this side. We have plenty of room. Insert, load family, go to seating, furniture, and we're going to choose this one, stacking, CM, and then let's add it on this side. CO, add it again, multiple times, around 3 is good enough. And then just space it out nicely. So now I'm also going to load in the equipment, domestic. We have mid-range here, and we're gonna do some cooktop. I'm probably going to use the electric. So click on open, CM, and we're going to add the cooktop right here in front. Select that, and then uncheck, and then apply, OK. After this, the range hood as well, so load family, go back here, high end, and then we could have this one, the hood island. Click open, CM, and then we have the hood vent all the way right here, and then select that, and then here we could just uncheck the show label. And what I'm gonna do is I'm going to move this one a bit right here, and then double click again. Here is the hood, so MV, move it at the top like that. I'm going to lower it a bit, and then we could extend this stem right there. I want to make sure the cooktop is visible. So the cooktop is actually good. It's all the way right there, so it's visible enough. Want to make sure to click on find so every detail shows. And then what I want is to move this one right here. Even though it's not visible, I know that we haven't put any cabinet here, so I'm gonna put the cabinet, add it in place, extrusion, pick a plane, and I'm gonna choose this plane, select rectangle, type in 10 for offset, and usually this is what I do, put it in the middle like that, and then let's add probably somewhere right here and somewhere right here. Maybe it's too much, make it 400, and then here 410. Offset this to 10. There we go. And offset again to 10. I forgot on this side and on this side. And I'm just going to copy the spacing that we have on this side. Just gonna copy this 400, and I think that's good enough. copy this to 400 again, and then offset 10. And I'm just going to add some drawers right here and on this side to change it up. Offset 10. And then SL. And then on this side as well. Okay, so now let's trim this on this side now, because we got it on the other side. Trim this one right here. Unjoin those. Unjoin again, because we're going to reconnect them. There we go. Let's trim this, delete this, and I believe we're good. Click on finish, and then lastly we're going to do the extrusion, but this one should be 10 only. And then now we need to do an extrusion. Pick a plane, we're gonna choose this, -5, and then 5 again. Click here, offset to 50. And then just finishing up. And then there we go. So click finish, cut geometry, and finish again. And let's see on 3D how it looks. And it looks much better. We just forgot to change the material. Coolam 36. And there we go. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 9 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the island in the top cabinet. Now we're gonna still continue on this. So in the part 1 description, there's the second link. The only thing that you need to do is to click on or drop in the handle once you download it. In the other videos, I showed you that you need to download certain stuff, and this is one of it. So we have this handle, and what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add it right here and on this side as well. We could flip it if we want to, so we could just add it on this side. So now before we do anything else, we need to flip this back, or we could just actually select this CS, and let's add this handle on this side first, knowing that we already have this and it's already facing on this section. So now I'm just going to move this to the midpoint and then copy this and put this one in the midpoint as well, similar to the others. Here, CS spacebar so that we could add it on this side, and then we could just CS on here as well, and then maybe we could mirror this one and then copy it on this side. There we go. So now we could go back to level 1 and then we can flip this one so that it's facing on this side. So if we go back to section, as you can see, we have this one right here. Let's move it on the midpoint and then move it down a little bit so that we could just copy it like that. We're not going to put anything on this side. And then CS again, and then move it on this side. Let's put it here first, the one in the midpoint, and then copy it right here and also on this side, and then copy this CO on this midpoint, and mirror this, and then we could delete this now and then just copy this one so that the spacing is good enough already, and then there. And it's up to you if you want to add here and there. Go back to go to section now, and here this is, we need to just move this because it's not showing on this part. So now once you move it, you could just select this one, CS, so that we could grab it, put it in the midpoint so that we could just move it a little bit there, CO, copy it on the midpoint. And then CS and add on this side. So now let's go back to 3D. We got all the handles already. And what I want to do next is to add maybe those knee rims here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to level 1 and let's go and model in place, generic model, and I'm gonna do a sweep, sketch path, and let's just maybe create this first and then delete this and then fillet arc here. So 40, and then here make it 40 as well to be consistent. Click on finish. Let's look at it at 3D and then edit profile and make it circle, and then here choose one of those metal material, click apply, OK, and then click finish, finish, And then what we could do is we can move this. I'm just going to go to section, or click on finish first, go to section so that we could see it properly, move that section there, and then here we could just move it going up, edit in place, there we go. And then now we just need to move it going inside. That looks good. A little bit more going inside. I think that's good enough. I like the way it looks. And then click on finish. And then now what I want to do is to create the L-shape stairs. So here what I'm gonna do is click on stairs. I'm gonna use this first and then click on, maybe I want it to be around 15 only. Press OK, and then let's create this all the way at the top. I want to have a landing there, so I'm going to create this with a landing. So the landing didn't work, so I'm just going to close this first. So let's try this again. So let's go to level 1 and then click on stairs. There we go. It created some landing because what happened is, so usually I went over this. It's not, the thing is too short to create a landing, so that's why it didn't let me. So now I'm gonna click on finish first and then move it to the right location. So that's why what I do first. And then if you see this one is sticking out now. So what I'm gonna do is, instead of 1 2 3, I'm gonna do 2 and then going there. So let's edit the stairs. I'm gonna push this to there and then here to go. We can also put just one if we want to, so that it's good enough. But it's too much actually. I think this is good enough. Click on finish. I'm not gonna put any of the railings here, so I'm gonna delete the railings. Also, remove all the stringers, none, and then none. So actually, I'm gonna put a stringer here and then put none on this side. And then here, close. I'm gonna open this and I'm going to make this 900 in height. The width is around, make it 30. Total depth is around 900. And let's see how it looks. So I'm going to use that instead. And here, I'm going to make it glass. So just use one of the glass here. Anything will do. Apply OK. Apply OK. There we go. Now select here. Let's make this one much better. So here, make sure middle is checked. Let's see what the materials right here. It's not been given. So I'm going to make it a metal material. Okay, and then now you need to select the dot dot right here, and then we don't want any riser. So now it's being supported by this one. And then here we need to set the materials that we're going to put here. But before that, as you can see, I want to align it on the wall and then on here. So now it's looking much better because everything is flowing nicely. And then here, the material that we're gonna use, select here, and then the material we're going to put a wood material. I usually put mahogany because I like the way it looks. And there we go. And then if we go back, or if we go to the downloads, so it's on part 1 description, in the second link you will be able to download the glass support. So here, just download it, and then once you download, go to the downloads folder, and here we could just drag and drop. And the way it looks is something like this. Very big, but it's up to you to make it small. So you can edit the family, or edit right here, make it small so that it looks much better. So I'm gonna make this one small, edit, instead of 20 let's put 5, click finish, and then instead of 40 let's make it 10. Click finish, make sure everything looks good. Extrusion is around 15. Load it, no, and then override existing and its parameter, and as you can see it looks like this. We can make it much better, a little bit on the extrusion side. On this side I want it to be 10. There we go. This one, make it 10 as well. Load it back, override extrusion there, and then we just need to create a section here. So not create, but we could just move this so that we don't need to do it anymore, and just line it up. What we could do is to find wireframe so that we could see everything, and then let it look like that this is the one that is holding everything up. Copy it, and then now we just need to copy it on that corner so that we keep on adding it. And then on the same side, we need to add another section here, or just move this section on this side. Make sure select this one, CS, and then go to section 2, and then we just need to clean this up first, as we cannot see everything, and then make it wireframe. Select this one as well, CS, and then just fix this, copy, and then copy on the corner. If we see it, everything looks really good, and as you can see there, the only thing that I want to do is at least I want it to be piercing there. So maybe I could just edit family and probably pierce this one through. Load it, overwrite existing, and then there we go. So that looks really good. And if you see it, it will look like it's bolted there, so that to hold this and to hold everything else. And I'm gonna go back to here and then maybe copy this one right there, and then put this one on the side. Just weird that it's not letting me add it onto this plane, but now everything's good. There we go. Now everything looks like it's bolted, and probably I could edit this one a little bit. Move it more. Negative 40, and then this one probably is 5. Load. There we go. So now everything is connecting. And then let's do something right here. I want to add curtain wall. So windows right here. So we could do is add this one on this side, and then here at the top right here. And then I'm probably going to add here as well. So why not? Click on cut geometry, wall first, and then curtain wall. And I just want to add, so I want to align it to the same height right here. but I'm going to edit this to have it like that, and then give it something like that as well, and also this. So I'm going to align it all but except for this one, and then add curtain grid, and then maybe on this side. And then after this, architecture again, click on mullion, all grid, and then add all grid on that side. So now everything looks good. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 10 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the stairs. Now we're gonna continue working on this. We could start off by creating the second floor. So what we can do is select level 2, and as you can see, we have our underlay turned on. So under your properties, underlay is right here. Usually it's automatic that it will see level 1. That's to help you add in any information that you want to, like for example, at least you can see where everything is going. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select the exterior wall number 1 here, knowing that we already have it. We could use CS or create similar, which is under this modify, or just type in CS once you select that. So now we'll be able to add exterior wall number 1 directly right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select C1 right here, and then here we're going to go all the way to C number 3. So once we do that, we could go right here to our B3, and then going across right here to B5, and then going down all the way to J5, going across right here to J3, going down again to H3. We actually need to go back right here. We need to push this back. So instead of J3, go into J4, and then CS here again, going right here to H4, and then going across right here to H1, and then here we need to go around here, and at the same time we need to go to C1. So here I'm going to extend this right here, going across right here, and right here. So I'm not gonna attach it for now, so I'm gonna align it AL so that we could align it to all together, and then going across there so that everything looks good. It's overlapping. We can turn off the underlay now, Later on, we could turn it on, because we could basically see as a lot of stuff that are um, down there already. So here, I'm going to put it to none and click on apply. And then here, we could hide it for now, hide element. And then if we want to show it again, we could just reveal it later on. So now we're going to probably extend the glass so that it's all the way to the top, and it looks good because at least it's showing all of this. We have something that is from outside but at the same time indoor, so we have our own oasis. So now we can click on wall again and choose interior wall number 1, because we're going to add our walls right here. So now I'm gonna box this off, so I'm gonna connect it here all the way up to here, so H3 up to F3, and then here we will have our bedroom again, and then here I'm just going to put up to 3000, going down to 900 or maybe more, 1000, make it 1000, 1000, and then here we could connect it back right here. And then I'm gonna undo that AL so that we could align it all together properly before connecting it. It's easier that way. And then here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna extend it all the way right here. So for now, CS, this will be exterior wall. I'm going to extend this so that we have enough room. At the same time, SL to split element on this, SL, we could split element on this side, and then we could just move it all the way right there. So now we will have the washroom right here, and then a bedroom right here, and this washroom is for the 2 rooms that we have on this side. So you will add a door right here and a door right here for connection. And then here, what we can do is we could add in 3000, around 3400 on this side, and then we're gonna connect it here before we need to align this. So align it here, and then you need to push it, and then this is the walk-in closet for the masters. We can extend that as well, and also we could extend here, and then we're going to have our washroom right here as well, so 2500. And might as well connect it all the way right here. And this will be open area. At the same time, we're gonna be able to see the stairs from the outside. And then here, just connect it. And then here, we just need to extend this wall all the way right here, so it's connected. So once they come up, they'll be able to enter to the masters. And then we have the washroom, the ensuite right here, and then the walk-in closet, and we have another bedroom right here. So now what I'm gonna do is, let's turn on our underlay. The reason for that is so that we could reuse some of the furnitures that we already have added. So for example, like the door, we have 700 by 2000. We're gonna reuse that and add it right here. We could add it on this side for the walk-in closet, or we could just add it on this side. Spacebar to change orientation. And then here we're going to add the washroom right here. Or I'm thinking I should add it on this side instead, so that everything will flow correctly here. And then here, like, we could add in the door right here. And then, as like I said earlier, we have a door right here, and we have this door that connects both of the, or that could be used for both of the bedrooms. We could extend it a little bit more, as you can see, 1200, or maybe 1100 is good enough. And then we could add in, because we have this one right here, I want to add the closet on this side. So CS interior wall, around 700 is good. And then here we could just close this off, as we added this room for here, so around 800, because we have enough space here, as you can see. So let's insert the bed. So let's go to insert, load family, and go to furniture, and then we have a bed here. I'm gonna use bed box, click open, CM, and let's change it to queen, and we're going to add the queen bed right here, facing there, and the bed also on this side. And then we have the bed on this side as well. At the same time, let's add the one that we have, the nightstand below. So we're going to add it right here. So see how easy it is to add once you already have it loaded. So I'm just adding it right now. I click it and then I type in CS. Here we could just move this one a little bit. MV. I know it's kind of confusing because there's underlay below and it's just disrupting what we're seeing, but once we turn that on, everything will look nice. And then here we could just move it a little bit so that we have enough space for the nightstand here. So I'm just nudging it in place as we have enough room. And then after that, let's add in the toilet. CS on that. I'm gonna add the toilet right here. And then also we could have the toilet right here for this side. And then we're going to add a sink. CS. Sink on this side. Might as well add two because this is an ensuite. Hopefully we'll be able to add. So CS on this. Let's try and adding it here. Two. And we're going to put shower right here. So we'll be able to add all of those. Even though it's tight, just to show that we have two sinks. And looks like everything that we need to add is already added. Now we could turn it on again, turn off it. So we just need to put it to none and then click apply. And then now the best thing to do is to add the detailed line, thin line, and then just add it like that. And then here, add it there. And then after this, I want to add the door right here. So we need to go to insert, load family, go back to the main, look for doors, residential, and then we have the sliding door. So we need to look for that. Sliding door, click on open, load everything. Just select one of here and then scroll down, hold on shift, and then select the bottom and then press OK. It will highlight everything. Now it's a door, so we need to type in DR, and then here we could add the appropriate size. So I'm gonna put in 17 or maybe 18 for this one. 1800 by 2000 is good enough. Here that's stretching it too much, so we're going to put 1700. That's good enough there as well. We don't need it here because we need to add in the walk-in closet. At the same time, we need to add annotate, detailed line again, but the demolish because it's dash line. Let's add more information. And then here, the good thing is we could add shelvings on all throughout here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put in thin line first, and then add 600 all throughout here. There we go. And then make it 600 here as well, so that everything is consistent. And then we could just add in the thin line afterwards. Demolish, pick line, and then offset this to probably 50. I want it to be consistent so that I just use pick line, and then we could just trim on those corners. And then you can even add an island if you want, but I think that's good enough. I'm happy with this. And then actually here, we could just move it back because we have actually enough room on this side. So I didn't notice that when we're doing, when we're adjusting it earlier. Move it, MV to move, and might as well add in the lighting there. So go to insert, load family, and then go to lighting, architecture, internal, and then we have a table lamp. Click on open and then type in CM, and we could add it right here for now. Add in a section so that we know what is the height. So here what we could do is align it all the way to the top. There we go. So now it should be 762 from the top, but because we're just using CS, it will recognize the offset of the height. So we don't need to type in the 762 anymore because it registered whatever we added before. And then next thing is I want to add the shower. So let's go to load family, go back to the main, and go to plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and then we have showers, and then we have this one. Type in CM, and let's just add it on here. And as you can see, we don't have enough space actually here, so might as well just add one of this, and then at least we have enough there. And here we can see that I want to know 1700, so we need to duplicate this and then put probably 1700 on this side, and there we go. We added the shower there, and we're going to add the shower here as well. CS, space it right here. We have enough space on this side, so I think we're just gonna leave it like that. We can even put a stall toilet right here that is covered, so we could actually edit, duplicate, create an interior wall number 2, and here we could just change the size to 50, and then here CS, add it first right here, change it back, CS, and there we go. AL, align it, and we have at least a stall right here. We could remove this and we can make it much grander because we have a big sink here that is spaced out properly. And then we just need to add a door, probably a smaller door. We can move it a little bit, and then move this one on this side. And then here we could just make it smaller, 600, and push it back. There we go. I think that's good enough. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 11 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add the second floor already. We started adding the walls and then all the furnitures. Now we're going to continue working on this. For now, I'm just going to space out this one properly. This one is good, and this one we just need to space it good enough. And we just need to move this one to the corner right there. And here I'm gonna pull this back a little because we need to align this. So for now, I'm just gonna leave it like that and see how it is connected with the underlay on. So I'm going to put in the underlay right there, and I believe the best thing is to align it here. And then here we should align it at the top right here from below so that everything is not overlapping, and as you can see, everything looks good. So now we're gonna put it back to none, and then we could add in our floor. So let's go and click on floor, edit, duplicate. This will be number 4, and the thickness, let's maintain that. The material, let's duplicate this and then click apply, OK, and then OK. And here what we're gonna use is pick line. We're going to pick the lines, usually going from the inside. And actually here we just need to delete this because we're actually going around here. And then also on this side we're going to go around this part. So SL on this so that we could trim and extend. I'm doing it right now so that we don't get confused on which one we need to remove. So basically we need to go around here, and then we need right here as well. Pick line again, going around here up to here. So we just need to trim and extend on there, and then we could actually just connect this one and then trim this one right here. I think that's good enough. And then click on finish. Let's look at what we need to trim, and looks like it's right here. Click finish. If we check it, it will look like that. And then what we could do is we could apply the material. So we could go to modify, and we could use mahogany. There we go. So now we have mahogany here, and then mahogany also on this side. And then the bottom are white. So we set it up as gypsum wallboard. And then if you notice, we have this stuff right here. We need to cover this, and then we need to have a glass right here so that we have a natural light coming in. And then here, what we need to do when you have this situation is you need to, for this part, if we push it down, what will happen is it will have a gap here. So that's the issue that we have if we're gonna do that. So we could do that right now, but we need to change this one. So the way it is cornered, so we need to change it to wall joint, and we need to put next. There we go. So it changed. Now it will be on this side and this side. So now we just need to fix this. You need to select here, or select the wall, attach top base, and select there. So now after that, we just need to push this one down. So now nothing is overlapping there. You have the same situation on this side, but it's not something that we need to worry about. And then here, what we need to do is we need to push it down, and actually we will add a window here. So we're gonna add a window here, and window on all of this, and then probably another window on this side, but going on this way, and I want a window right here. Also, we could extend one of the windows right here. The reason for that is I just want a consistent look on this. So what we could do is select here, cut geometry, select the wall, and then the curtain wall. So make sure you select the curtain wall. So it's saying it's overlapping, and then fix it. So now it looks like that. And then here we could put in the glass as well, only on this side. And then here we could maximize this as well, but only on this side. I want it to be the whole wall, so I'm gonna undo that and just add a curtain wall on the second floor. CS, and then maybe here as well. pushing it back a little bit because I don't want it to be looking too much like that. There we go. And then cut geometry. And then here we need to fix it a little bit because it's just all over. And this one, I don't like that it's showing there, but good enough for me. Now, knowing that we're going to have a parapet, I'm just setting it up so that it's not too high, not too low. So I'm just aligning it so that everything has a consistent height. And then here we could just add in mullion as well. Base offset around 200. AL, so that it's consistent with the height there. And then here, I think that's good enough. Maybe I'm just going to push this one back to the height that it has before. The reason for that is if we're going to be consistent, let's just consistent on all of them. And then let's just copy this one right here. And then cut geometry. What we can also do instead of here is just cut this. This is already exterior wall. Yeah, why might as well just cut this part. It should be much better. So SL TR and then TR here. Then it's like more open. We don't need to put anything anymore. I think that's much better. And then at the same time, let's add in the roof. So I'm gonna use level 2 so that I could guide it around here, and then we're going to set it up afterwards. So click on roof, edit type, duplicate, and then roof number 1, edit, thickness 200, and then here maybe another gypsum wallboard. I just like the white first, and then we're going to paint it afterwards. So I just want that idea. Here you need to uncheck define slope, and this is important. Make sure it's level 3. You need to pick line and go around again, going with the exterior wall. Go around there, and don't worry about that. Here we need to include this side, and then now we need to clean up, trim and extend here. unjoin, TR again here, trim and extend here, and then here. Connect this one right here, and also on this side. And then click on finish. If you see it, it will be placed on the top. And then here, you just need to, don't select anything, but just move your cursor on one of the exterior wall. Click on tab, and then select. And then now it's selecting all exterior wall. And what you need to do is create a top offset of 400. So that's how we create the parapet. And we need to trim and extend there. Not sure why it's not connecting. TR. So I'm just going to fix this one a little bit. Trim and extend first. And then here, just connect them. So now it's fixed. Everything is happy. And here, I'm just going to add another material here. Usually asphalt shingles. So I'm just looking for the asphalt shingles right here, and I'm gonna add it there. So I'm happy with that. Then now, before we finish, I want to add the windows. So let's go and select this one, curtain wall, CS, and then let's add curtain wall on this side. You want to make sure that it's going inside of the exterior world. We're going to add especially right here, because we will have a better view, a glass view of this side, and then we will add space bar to change orientation going inside, and then also adding right here. And then go to modify, cut geometry, and then we have washroom on this side that we could also add, but only on the top. Cut geometry, and then let's just pull this one up like so. And then here we could also add in a glass as well. And then we need to close that off. And click on cut geometry. We can also add, we're not gonna add it here because we have shelvings there, so that's gonna be good enough. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 12 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add in the roof, and then we added the curtain wall, so the windows, and then we added all the furniture. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is to add the balcony on the three rooms that we have, so all of them will have. And also I wanted to add in the roof for this part. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to level 2 first, add in the roof for that. So level 2, or sorry, level 1, and then here we can add in roof number 1, set it to level 2, and then add only for the perimeter right here. After that, we could offset this, so base offset to negative 400, or maybe negative 300 is good enough. So now we could just go to modify, click on paint, and then add the same paint as what we have right here. So we have the roof there, and as you can see, everything is looking good. And then here I want to change the way the wall joint is, so let's go to level 2, and then let's change the wall joint. And then also I want to push this a little bit, and then here, wall joints, select this wall joint, and then go click on next until we have this part. So once we have, we'll be able to extend this one and then add in the appropriate floor that we have, that we need actually. So here I could just add it like that, and I know it's over, so AL, align it from below. So now I know everything is leveled properly. And what we could do next is I want to add, so actually the way I see it now, this one and also this one doesn't look good, but what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add the design that I want. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use architecture, model in place, and then generic model. And then here we need to go to south elevation so that it's facing forward. Click extrusion, pick a plane, and we're going to choose this plane right here. And then I want to extrude it from here, so around 400 for now, because we will extrude it depending on how we want it. So here I'm going to use duplicate, and we're going to use gypsum wallboard as a duplicate. And here what I'm gonna do is I'm going to connect this right here all the way here. We could align it there if we want to, and also what we could do is we could just add it for the wall right here. So we could trim this properly and delete all those small lines and trim it like so, and then click on finish, and I want to see how it looks. And we could extrude it as like I said earlier, and we could align it so that everything is aligned properly with the thickness and all. And as you can see, the way it is connected here looks much better. I think I'm going to put back the wall joints that we have here before. I think that's much better in terms of not having the same wall overlapping. So at least we could extend this, and then we could basically add a roof on here and then a roof on top of here. And then nothing is overlapping, I think so. If we put it right here, and then we could extend this a little bit forward. So I'm gonna edit the boundary. So here is just what we're doing is we are setting up a nicer connection. So we're just connecting them properly. Trim and extend and join that. Now this one looks much better. And the problem we have is this extension right here. And then I'm going to align it all the way there. And the only problem is this one, this part right here, that is overlapping. So I think the best way is to just create something right here, maybe a small one of this extrusion, so that we could just add a bit right here and not worrying about overlapping. So now what I'm planning to do is to have this model right here, and with that it also is for the balcony. So I think I'm gonna leave it like this for now, and then maybe I could just edit this and then add a little bit of extrusion here, so everything is so I could set it here, take a plane, and then click finish and then align it. So once we're in Twinmotion and we set all the stuff, you won't even notice that there is a box there. It will all fill in and it doesn't look like it's misplaced there. So I'm just checking on how much extrusion should I do here. I think that's good enough. And also I'm gonna add in, so I'm gonna edit this again. I'm gonna add it on this side. So let's go to south elevation. Oh, sorry, north elevation is the other part. And maybe we're going to have it like this on this side. Extrude, pick a plane, and then I'm going to set it here. and then click finish. I want to see how it looks, and for some reason not everything is doing good because we have something right here. So I'm going to deal with one at a time first. So here I'm gonna deal with this. So I'm gonna click on finish first. This is just one wall, so click on attach and then detach target. How about this one? Attach base. So these are the ones that I could extend a bit. So let's go to north. Edit. Sorry, not edit this one. This one is 200. Okay, and we need to align it at the top here, and I want to connect it right there. We have the 200, and we need to lower this down. And then we're going to lower that down as well. So now one at a time, we're going to lower it. AL. And then also on this wall. And then we're just gonna leave this one on that side like that. And I'm thinking of, for this one, not to add anymore, because if we add, we're defeating the purpose of having the pergola. Or an awning there. So we're just going to clean it up a bit. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use something like this again to go to the second floor and then clean it up. Create extrusion, and then just adding certain stuff right here, and then just trimming it. Just a quick way of fixing stuff. And cleaning the gaps. And using a line so that everything is aligned to specific walls. So I'm just going to do this, and then after that what I'm gonna do is we're going to add the railing. So here it's not showing, but if we change the view range, we can change it to level below, and as you can see, everything is showing. We have it right here. We have even the pergola, and we have the extension right here. Maybe let's put negative 2000. So I change it a bit so that it's not too much. And then here, let's go to architecture, click on railing, and then we choose what we want, and I'm just gonna choose this one. Add it there, click on finish, and then add the railing again on this side. And then here we could just edit so that this one is connected to the wall. Sometimes kind of confusing, not seeing the model, and then there you go. And then let's fix this so that it's not showing that one. And then let's fix the view range. We don't need it anymore, so negative, click on apply, and there we go. If you don't want this, you have some glass bottom, and then this one as well. So either way, depending on what you want, you can change it a bit. You can also add just glass as well. You can use the same one that we use, which is curtain wall. We might do that instead because that one is, it looks much cleaner to have. So instead of this, why not? So I'm just gonna leave it that one for now, and the other one as well, and go back here so that we don't need to turn on the underlay, and we can see everything. So I'm just gonna click on wall, and then curtain wall. Gonna add it right here, right there, and then right there. And then once we add, we can delete the railing, and then here as well, curtain wall. So we have it already there. And then just delete this, and then we just need to lower it to the proper height. We can align it, so that's good. And then just go back, and we want to make sure that everything is going like that. Maybe extend it a bit so that it's connected. There we go. And then also on the other side. Extend it first. Extend it and then pull it back. Extend it first and then pull it back so that it's connected. So that's looking good. In the next video, we're going to add emulsions and curtain door. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 13 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add the balconies and then the curtain walls. Now we're going to continue working on this. What I want to do is to add the curtain grids so that we could add the mullions, and then I'm going to add the curtain door right here. So I'm gonna add mullion, sorry, not mullion but curtain grids first, and here I want to make it maybe 500 at the top, and then probably I'm gonna make 1000 for the door, and then here probably just in the middle, so 1000 right here and then like that. And then here I'm just going to put this at 3, and also here as well. Knowing that, I want to align this so that it looks much better aligned. And then here I want sliding there, so I'm going to put it like that. For this one, I want it in the middle, and then here as well, middle. So actually what I have here is a closet, so here we don't need to actually add something like that, only here on this part. So I'm happy with that. We already have mullions there, and then here I'm not gonna add any balcony here, but I'm gonna add on this side, and I want to maintain this one around 800 probably. And then just pull it right there for this one, and then let's put 500 at the top, and then I just want a different look here, so 500 on that side, and then Again, 500 right here. And 500 at the top and bottom, just to give it some design there. And then once we're done, we can click on mullion, and you'll want to remember to use 50 by 65. Click on all grid lines, and then right here as well. Add it here and there. Want to make sure to double check everything is good. So now we need to zoom in here where the door will be placed. You want to delete the one at the bottom and this one as well. After that, once we delete that, we need to go to insert, load family, and go to doors. And then here we have curtain wall single glass. We need to insert that, and then the technique is to just put your cursor right about there, and then once you do, click on tab, and then once it is highlighting everything, or like just the panel it's highlighting, click on that, and then you need to go to properties and then go to drop down, and then you will see the door curtain wall there. Don't worry, the orientation you will be able to change that in the floor plan. So here again, just put your cursor in the middle of the panel that you want to highlight. Click on tab, it will highlight that panel, and then click on that, and then go to drop down under properties. And then let's go back to level 2, and then here we need to push it outwards, and then also on this side, and then flip it around. I want to double check what we're doing, and looks like everything is good. I'm happy with what we have here. So now what we're going to do is to add in a floor right here. So we need to go to ground floor, and we need to add the floor plan right here. So don't worry about this one. This is just the extrusion that we created on the previous video. So we just need to add it around here. So first I'm going to go to floor, and then edit type, duplicate, and then this will be floor number 5. Press OK, and then click on edit, and you want to make sure you change it. I'm gonna choose one of the concrete right here, and let's just choose a random one. Apply OK, and then press OK. And then here, using pick line, you need to pick the exterior walls, and then after that, TR, trim and extend. And then once you're done, click finish, and we want to double check. So we have I have it right there. Next thing we're gonna do is we're going to add like steps similar to what we did here, but on this side. For the steps here, I'm planning to adjust it a little bit. I'm gonna use extrusion instead because I want it to be editable and I want a different design. So for this one, I want to add some planter here so that we could add some bushes in front of the house. We can also put in a tree if we want to, but I think bushes is good enough. So it will be an extension of the stairs. So that's why I want a stair within an extrusion. So click right here, model in place, and then generic model. Press OK, and then here we need to add an extrusion. We need to set this one, and let's pick a plane, and then let's choose this wall as our extrusion. After that, we need to create something like how tall it is, because we all know that this is 400 as we set up our project. So with that said, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create the steps. From that, I'm gonna pull this one all the way right here, but that step probably I'm gonna create multiple ones. Here I'm going to change this to concrete as well, so that we different, so that we have the capacity of changing. So here, let's add the first one, probably 150 or maybe 1200. 120 actually. It's a good height. Consistent enough. But if we see this is, so maybe we could put 130, and then this one, let's make 130 as well, and then this one is 140. 130, 130, and then 1, so 130, 130, and then here is 140. So that's good enough. After that, trim and extend, and then trim and extend right there. You can also do 135, so that we have 135 here, and then 130. So that's good enough. It's not something that it will be noticeable. And then click on finish. As you can see, it looks good because we have something that we could play around with. We all know that it's easier than doing the stairs. And then what we can do as well is we could extend this one if we want to. So those are the things that we can do. And then after that, we could create the planter, extrusion, and then we could select this rectangle. I'm gonna set it into our ground floor level, and then we could add this one right here. I want to align it to the wall. And I'm going to extend this all the way right here, probably. That's good enough size, so that we have some turning radius right here. And then probably an offset of 100 going inside, like that. We can even extend it. And then click on finish, and then what we can do again is to add, I believe this is floor number 2. See S on that. Floor number 2. But we're here under model in place, so we could just do an extrusion again, and then put it from the inside. I'm just manually adding it right here. And then here we could put grass. Let's put plant. Let's try and using that, and then extrude it. And we could just put it above that. So something different that we could do. So now at the same time, we need to copy this CO, copy it to the corner, and let's add it right here. So what I'm gonna do is, instead I'm gonna use, let me figure out this one. I'm gonna delete it first, go to ground floor, copy it from here, CO, remove the constraint, and then move it again to the corner right there. At the same time, it will have that stairs there that we could use. And then maybe we can make it small enough that we can have a small planter, CO. And the good thing about that is this one is very much editable, as you can see. And then let's copy the one inside, copy it, and then we have that something like that. We can extend this now if we want to, and click finish. So now it looks like that. We have enough room, maybe one car and some motorbikes, so those kind of stuff. So we could add those right there, and maybe after this we could put in some here as well, like a flooring again. So we could edit this and add this floor number 2, CS, and then here we're going to go over here for now, and then edit this one, the big one that we have right here. We just need to pick a plane and then go around. There we go. So now what we have is something that looks like this, and we could add in some plants here that could cover our, and then some small plants right here as well to add those. So last thing we do is to add grass around here. So I'm gonna go to ground floor, and I'm planning to add some grass on this side, and then grass on this side as well. So I'm just trying to create the site so that we can start making everything nice. Trim and extend on here. And then what we can do is we can delete this actually. We could just click here Sorry, I made a mistake, but let me fix this, and then just expand it all the way out so that we could add some um, vegetation here once we're in Twinmotion. Don't attach. Actually, we need to edit boundary right here, because don't attach on that. We don't need to be attached there because we have some room right here. And then we need some street right here, so we need to add another floor, edit, duplicate, floor number 6, so concrete again, and then let's choose this one. So for now, this is good enough. We have some room to play around and make everything nice. As you can see, we have this one, and we still need to finish a lot of stuff. So thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're gonna continue working on part 14 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create everything that is right here in front, and also we added the curtain doors and curtain walls right here. We added the mullions as well. So now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is to finish up the gate, so we could go to ground floor, and then what we have here is the exterior wall number 2, which is the border wall. So I'm gonna type in SL. So we're going to put in where we're going to add the gate. So I want my gate to start from right here up to here, and then we have also another gate right here. So in those space, we are going to delete. After that, let's look at it at 3D and to see that we could add some designs on our gate as well. So here we could also have designs for our front gate, especially here because we want to showcase like the plant that we're going to add here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to edit the profile. Let's go to front, so that will be south elevation, and then we're going to edit something like this, SL, and as you can see, we're adding some space on the wall. So we're basically probably going to add multiple like that, make it smaller maybe, and then push it on this side, and then do multiple, copy on that corner, and then copy multiple times, grab it on this and there, and then maybe we could just clean up right here, and then SL, and then TR. And then we could basically do our designs from here. And then on this side, we're just gonna leave it like this now. In terms of the gate, we're going to create it now using model in place, generic model, click OK, and then OK again. Extrusion, pick a plane, and we're going to select this wall right here. And because this is all same, what we're going to do is we're just going to create one and then gonna copy afterwards. So I'm going to make this 25 offset. So that's looking good right there. And then we want to make sure to change the material to a metal. And then click apply, OK. And then now the design that I want here is just very simple. I just want something like this. I'm gonna copy this and make 100. What I'm gonna do now is copy it and grab it from there so that we could add in, or we could create multiple ones. And of course we could delete the ones that we don't need. And I think it's not noticeable that the spacing is good enough. So SL, and then basically do one side. Once you do one side, it's easier for us to trim and extend. And then now trim and extend. Okay, so now click finish, and let's look at it at 3D, and we need to extrude it on the right space. So we're going to push it back like that, and then maybe half of the wall size. Go back to south, and then now we could grab it, copy, multiple is already checked, and then we could just add multiple like that. Click on finish, and let's see it again and see how it looks. So now we're going to create the two gates right here. We have a small one and a big one as well. So now let's go back to south elevation, and let's click on this one again, edit in place. We're gonna do it again. Click on extrusion, pick a plane, and we're gonna select this plane. This is already set to what we want, and we want just half of it. Probably what's the half of this? It's not telling me. But at the same time, we're going to give some space. So here we could put in maybe 15. Or just let's make it 2300 each, and then let's put in some space in the side and in the middle, and then I'm just gonna copy it right here on the other side, so this will create some space on that, and then offset this again to 25 and going from the inside. Again, here we're going to move it at the top, and we want to make sure to do the 25 right here as well. I wanted some space at the bottom, of course, as you need to swing it and you don't want it to be dragging. So now what I'm gonna do is we're going to create this. So we created this. We need to go to 3D in order for us to push it back and to be the same as what we have there, but maybe half of the wall. After this, let's go ground floor, and then here we need to do extrusion again, and then we need to set, pick a plane, and we need to pick this one, and then here we need to create this one, extrude it, and we need to push it upwards. I'm going to use south elevation in order for us to determine which way we want it to be, and we can basically change, so we could change the thickness if we want to. So now I want to go to the 3D. I want to push it back a little, something like that. So they have different depth, and then go back to south, and once you're set, we could basically array, click on last, and then here we need to add multiple, so maybe 25, and then click it right here, going above, remove the constraint, so right now it's not letting me use array going up, so that means we need to create the same one on this. So I'm gonna select this again, pick this one, and we need to do this right here. Click finish, go back to 3D, put it there, slide it in again, something like that. Go back to south. Once you're happy, to array, put it to last, put it 25, and then you'll be able to put it upwards like that, and it will basically space it out properly. I'm just doing it again because I didn't space it properly, but now everything looks good. So if you move this one, it will space properly, so it depends on how you set it. So I'll set it 25, and then it's spacing everything good. I'm happy with this, so we could just click on finish. So now I'm gonna copy it, so I'm gonna edit, and then select that, and select everything that is right here, copy, and hopefully it let us copy right here. I'm gonna move it and make sure to have some gap. So it's just weird because I'm sure we did. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna edit this side now. So I'm gonna edit extrusion, make sure this is 25. There we go. Click finish and then edit group. We want to push it right there and click on finish and everything will follow. But here, so now the issue with this is because this is all connected, what we need to do is ungroup this. And then everything else, let's delete. So I'm going to try and delete them all at the same time. And then here we could just do everything again. And then now we need to click on array again, 25. And then grab it right here and click it there. And we want to make sure that everything is aligned. So AL, and then at least everything is correct. Maybe I put it around here, that's why it's over. So at least this have been changed. And then we just need to create the gate right here. So I'm gonna go to south elevation again, edit in place, and let's create again, pick a plane. I'm gonna create actually a small one and a big one. So I think what I can do is I'm gonna close this, copy this, edit, and then copy it again. Maybe I'm just going to put this one right about here and then copy it again. And then edit this one as well. There we go. Click on finish, and then now we just need to add some design. I'm going to copy, ungroup this one, and then copy it on the other side. And then copy this one as well. So we're just trying to make it fast. And then after that, click on 25 here, and then pull it up. And then we want to make sure to align at the top so that everything looks nice. And at the same time here, 25 again, grab it, use align, press OK, AL on that, and everything will follow, and click on finish. And if we check, it will look like this. I just want to add a planter back similar to what we have right here at the back. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go right here and select. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna edit, select this, copy it right here, and then edit the extrusion. And we want to make sure we have this other one as well. And then click finish, and then the one in the inside, copy it again and add it there. And then click finish, and then we have it right here. I think it's best if we kinda drop it in height. That's still good right there. So I'm happy with the way it looks. I'm still thinking if we should add this one here as well on this side, but I think this is good enough. I'm happy with the way it looks. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 15 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the gate. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is to add the sidewalk and also add the number. So I will probably add the number right here. So we need to go to south elevation, and what we have is under architecture we have model text. If you click that, it will ask you to pick the plane, and I'm gonna choose this border wall and press OK. For now, I'm just gonna click model text there. If we go here, we have the model text right there. We need to select that, and then I'm gonna edit, duplicate. This will be called, we can put house number. Okay, and I'm just gonna leave the text font to Arial, and we need to make it a little bit small, and then press OK. And then here, this is where we change the depth to around probably 50 is good enough. And then material right here, and we need to go to right here to change this to metal, and then one of the aluminum right here. This is already existing, so let's choose something that we haven't choose yet. So right there, we set it up, and then for the model text, we need to click on that, and you choose the number that you need to or you want to use. So I'm gonna put 09 and then press OK. So now we could place it anywhere we want to. So we could just put it on this side. I think it's still big enough. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to change it to 150. I think 150 will be good enough for this one. So 09, we have it like there, and we're going to add different kinds of lighting that we could put here. Maybe we put it a little bit down so that we could add like just a basic wall lighting right here. And also we need to add something right here. So the number will be here, and we need to just add something there to add. And then now what I need to do is to add the sidewalk. So we need to go to ground again, and we need to go to architecture, floor, and then edit, duplicate this one, floor number 7, and let's change this material to one of the concrete materials again. The reason that I'm changing different materials all over is because I want the ability to change this. So if I am given a chance to change it, I don't need to go back and forth into my Revit to change the material, but I just need to change it in Twinmotion. So that's why I keep on changing stuff. So now right here, I'm going to create my model like that, around 1500. Usually it's around 2000 is good enough for the sidewalk. And then the other side as well. And let's maintain the 2000. I think that's good. And we need to add something right here on this side. I think this is too far, so I'm gonna pull it back a little. And if we see this, just put 2000 as well. And then here, before we click finish at all, let's try and change this to 1300. So fillet arc, and then add the same one. Make sure it's 1300 as well so that everything looks proper. And let's go and click finish. I want to see it, so it's below, so we need to offset that height to around 100. I think that's good enough to have 100 right there, and it's elevated enough. We can maybe put it to 200 so that it's above here, but I think it's too much height, so around 100 is good enough. And we could even change this to thickness 100, something like that, so that everything looks proper. And if we want to, so I'm gonna just pull it back, edit this one, and let's pull it back a little. The reason for that is we could add something on the side. So I think it will look good if we put something like this. So I'm gonna select this, or I'm going to go to model in place and then choose generic model, and then I'm gonna use sweep and then pick path. I'm gonna choose this path right here, and I just want to give it some slope so that it looks really good. Edit profile, and then here we need to change it to one of the concrete again. Let's use this one, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put this and then slope it at the top a little. So I just want to make it 60 right there and then slope it to something 25. So, and then by doing that, as you can see, it looks much better. And we could just push it a little bit more later on. And then here we could do the same thing, sweep again, pick path, and let's do the same thing on this side. So it will be 100 by 60. We want to make sure you'll be consistent. 60 right there, and then 25 for the fillet arc. There we go. And then materials is already set to that. So just by having that, actually what I want to do is I'm going to edit the profile. The reason for that is I just want it to be above a little. So like the 105 is looking good. I just want the separation. So I have that. It's like the casing. And then with this one, we need to edit the profile again, just to have that. 105, enter, and then click finish. And then lastly on this side, so that everything is looking better, is to have a sweep again, pick path, and this is just a straight one. Edit profile, let's put 105 to 60. And then fillet arc this to 25. And then click finish and finish again, and then finish. So now we need to just edit this part. So I'm just gonna go to ground floor, and then I'm just going to edit this profile, because once we edit this, it will follow along, so don't worry about that. As you can see, it followed. Edit this boundary. Just because we use sweep, and because of that, it is binded to that shape. So that's why it's easy for us to just edit. And as you can see, at least everything is binded all together. Everything is connected. So that's good with this. And then I'll probably create the light for this. So might as well do this now. I'm going to model in place, generic model. This is just for the light, and I'm gonna create an extrusion, and I'm gonna set this or pick a plane right here and create something that looks like this. Of course, this is not the finish yet, so I'm gonna do this. After that, I'm gonna change the material, so something different. I'm gonna use this one, and then after that, just go to south elevation again and create, or maybe I'm gonna do it differently. I'm gonna do it right here, and I'm gonna create another extrusion set, pick a plane, and I'm gonna select this plane, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create something like this, 50, and then fillet this, something like that. So it's gonna shine down right here, and I'm going to change this luminance or something light. Appliance, maybe lumens. Something different. I'm going to change this to some glow. This one, luminance. Glass white. Apply OK, and then click finish. We could push it going the other way, so that's fine, and then click finish. So at least we have something that looks like that. We could basically add this one onto this side as well. If we go right here and let's edit the in place, we could add this one onto this side, put this one in the middle, copy this, CO, make sure multiple is checked so that we could just keep on adding it anywhere we want to. So, but I'm just going to add it right here, and maybe we could add it on this side, but the thing is, yeah, I think this is good enough, and put it right there below there. I think that's good, and at the same time this one looks good enough. And also I just want to add something at the top right here. I don't want it to be dull like that, so maybe just insert, so model in place, and then generic model again, and here I'm gonna do an extrusion set, pick a plane, and we could just have it on this plane, and then we could go to ground floor and maybe just add a simple ones like this. $300 and then $300. Trim and extend. Delete this and do it on the other side as well. Something different that we could add a value to, and then here as well. trim and extend here, delete this, and trim and extend so that it's just one. Change the material, make sure you change it. So masonry, something different, so maybe this one is good enough. Click finish, look at it at 3D, and then just pull it down. It doesn't need to be thick, it just needs to be something that looks like that. And the good thing about this is we could just push this. There we go. And because of that, it looks much better. At least everything looks like that. We can even cross this line if we want to. Because this one is for the car and this one is just for people. So at least we have it up to here, and then we have different ones right here. That's looking good. And let's not forget, we're going to still add some spotlight. I'll probably use the square face back spotlight, so I'm gonna show you where to get it. It's probably in part 1 description, and it will be the second link on that. So after we finish this one, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna delete the one at the side here, and I'm going to edit this. So edit in place, edit, extrusion. So let's go to our elevation, the south elevation, and I'm going to push this one back because I want a double feature right here. So I'm gonna put this one right here and another one at the top right here. And then we're going to add something like this right here, trim them, and then delete the small ones, and then we could just connect them all together. So trim and extend right here, and then maybe this one we could delete and just trim and extend. So basically we're extending this part, and then we're gonna make something out of this. So as you can see, we need to cover this up, and this one I'm gonna do something like maybe this one extruded more. So something like this. I'm gonna edit, and then because we have gypsum wallboard number 3 right here, I'm gonna change that up, extrusion, pick a plane, and select this one right here. I think it's a lot nicer to have this kind of design right here, and then offset 200 on this, and then going like that. Click finish, and I want to see it showing like that. And we need to change something right here. We need to push it back, and then this one should be a different gypsum wallboard. Let's select this one and then duplicate that again. So that will be number 4. So something different. that we created, and obviously we need to add something right here. Obviously we're gonna do that on the next video. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 16 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to create this extrusion, and we also finish up our gate. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is edit some stuff here. Like for example, I want to extend this a little bit more. So what I'm going to do is I'm gonna go to my ground floor, and I'm going to remove this and then unjoin this first. So unjoin this wall first, and then after that unjoin the wall right here as well. Once I adjoin that, will probably going to extend this one. I want this one to go and be moved right about here. So I just want a passageway going from the backyard to here, and I don't want it to be we need to go inside right here just to go outside here. So that's what I'm planning to do. I'm going to use align and align this one right here. So I'm just gonna take probably, let me check this up. I'm going to set this one up right here. I'm going to at least 1500 or make it 2000 millimeters from there, and align it onto this side right here. Sorry. Align it here, going about here. And not that we have that, let me just go check it. So it would look like that. We need to extend this one around, push this one back as well, extend all of this because we're going to add in a path, and we need to remove some of this right here and push it back. I'll probably want to put this door onto this side. The reason for that is I want to maximize the space right here. So that's what I'm gonna do. So give this one, I'm going to edit in place first. Let's go to level 2. So those ones we cannot see properly. So I'm going to just extend this onto this. As you can see, because this is model in place, it's something that we can move right along. And then this we can move, and let's just do that later on. I just want to extend all of this wall. So I'm going to delete this wall, probably delete this wall right here, and then trim and extend, TR, trim and extend right there. And then because it's right here, we just need to extend this wall and then extend it onto this wall. There we go. And obviously we need to extend right here and just fix it a little bit. Let's align this one, AL, align right here, and align on here. And then obviously we need to put everything around here. At the same time, we need to remove this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to split face, and then I'm trying to remove this, but it's not going. So I'm going to pull it up. The technique is just pull it up. It will allow you to ask for delete splitting element. So that's how you delete it, and then just put it back to ground floor. Make sure there's 0, and then as you can see, you got your back already there. And then now I'm gonna edit boundary, go to ground, and what I'm gonna do is I'm going to push this back right here, push it back a little bit as well here, trim and extend. What I'm gonna do is I'm probably going to push it like this, and then I'm going to delete this one. This just one of that, and then we have a grass floor right here, edit, and I'm going to make this one right here, pull up like that, trim it on this side, delete it here, and then trim and extend on this side. And then we're going to create a path grass right here to make it nicer, and then it's easier for us to go here. At the same time, in the grass portion, we need to edit in place this part. So I'm going to select this MV and pull it right here, MV again. Just make sure to put it at the corner, something like that. And we could basically move it. We could edit this so that we maintain the shape. So edit extrusion. I want this one right here to just come up like that. Click finish, and then here just maximize the space right there. And just for the planter only, so that we have something to show there. That's good enough. And then here, and then we need to expand all of this. We're gonna maintain that. Here we need to expand as well. So I'm going to push it all the way right here. At the same time, this one as well. So for this, go to level 1. What I want to do is move this on the other side. I'm going to pick a host, and I'm going to select it and going right here on the side, and then here we could just space bar, and we could do a new host. This one, space bar as well. Move this one right here, put this one on this side, pick a new host, and we're going to pick this host, and we have something that looks like this again. Leave this one on the side, But here I need to go to ground floor and select this one, and I'm going to make it short. The reason for that is so that we have a shorter version of this, just more than enough. Rotate it 90 and put it something like that. We can make it shorter a bit, so just more than enough to have something like that. I think that's good enough. And then click on finish. And if you see it, it will look like that. We have a path there, and then we just need to edit this one. Edit boundary, go to ground floor again, and then now we just need to create that path. So make it around 500. This one around 800, and then 400 here. I think this is good enough to have it like that. I'm gonna maintain this, copy, make sure multiple is checked, and just keep on adding it. At the same time, we need to align it all together. And then copy it again. So up to here, where we have our pool. We could move this one right a bit in the middle, and then one of them we want to copy it and rotate it. RO to rotate, and rotate it 90 degrees. And we could just move this one like that, and then one more probably. That's good enough for me. I think that's good enough. I'm happy with the way this one looks. Although I want to copy one more so that this one is aligned properly. There we go. I think that's good enough. So that will leave it as a hollow. If we check it, this will be hollow right there. So what we need to do is add this ground floor right here. This will be floor number 3. Edit boundary, ground floor, and we just need to add all of this similar to that. Once we add one, we could just copy this and then add multiple. But at the same time, actually, I'm gonna undo this. The reason that I'm gonna undo this, I want to add a different floor so that I could increase that floor. So we have this CS on that, and then I'm going to base offset this one to around 20 only. And then as you can see, it will be a little bit high once we finish this one. So I'm just adding that. Let me add 4 at a time so that we don't waste time. And then last 2. Copy is CO and then click on finish. So now if you notice, it's a little bit high, but I didn't want to make it high because that's the path that we want to have it here. This is perfectly 0 from the floor. This is a bit high on the floor, so that's 20. So I'm just happy that I was able to do it on a different one so that we could increase that high right there. So now I'm going to edit display, go to ground floor, so now what I'm gonna do is go to ground floor, go to view range, and I want it to be above level 3 so that we could see everything else. Edit, and then view range, edit this again. I want it to be 100 from the floor. And then the cut plate is not helping us. So what I'm gonna do is unlimited. Or maybe we should do this on level 2 or level 1. Make it unlimited. Oh. Unlimited here, unlimited at the top. So that we could just edit this and it's not showing up. So now what I'm gonna do is actually from ground floor view range, I'm gonna change this to cut plane is around 1700, and let's see how it looks. $1,400. I'm going to make this unlimited as well. So one thing that I want to do is I don't want to spend time working on that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull it down and hopefully it will get it. Maybe I'll put it up just to show this one. And for some reason it's not showing. I think I turned off something, maybe edit in place or something. Right there, it's showing on level 1, and I'm going to edit extrusion now. At least that works. I'm gonna pull this one up like that, and then trim and extend. Remove this. And then this one is around 300, I believe. for the thickness. Yeah, I think this is 300 for the thickness. So I'm just gonna maintain that 300, then offset this 300, or I'm just gonna use this. And then 300 again here. And then here, what I'm gonna do is probably just going to trim and extend here. Trim and extend there. And then trim and extend here. And click finish. Go to 3D, fix everything up. I know this is a bit weird, but that's one of my struggles as well. Working with view range. I know that's one of my weakness, and sometimes I couldn't figure out what I should do, but usually I extend something and then fix it right away. So put it on a different location just to figure out what the issue is. And then here, what I'm gonna do now is go finish, and I just want to fix this one. So I'm gonna edit this, select this floor right here, actually this floor, edit, go to ground floor, and then I want to push it all the way right here. Or what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna push it all the way onto this. Actually, I'm gonna push it all the way right here instead. I think this is much better. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create something right here. If we go to our south elevation, I'm gonna move the number and this one onto this side. I'm just gonna move it onto this, click finish, edit this, move this one onto this side, change this to maybe 101. Happy with that. And just go back to 3D and save this. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 17 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to extend this. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is go to my level 1. I want to change something here. which is I want to put this one, our powder room, onto this side. So here I'm going to put this one around here, and knowing that this is around 1900, I'm going to add an interior wall CS and put it right here. Don't you worry, we're going to pull this one all the way to the back. So here this will be 1900, and we could just put this one around this side. So now this will be our entrance right here. And next thing we're going to do is we're just going to select this, pick a new host, and we're going to choose this one. And then here, pick a new host, and we're going to place this one right here, or just move it. And then we need to rotate this. And then place it right here. We need to minimize this one, so around 1900 as well. And then here we have the door, pick a new host, and we're going to place it all the way right here, and CS on the countertop. And here we could just move this all the way into that corner. Now we just need to take this out, and then we could move this. So MV to move, and then move it all the way to the corner right there. Next thing we're gonna do is we're going to go to our level 2, and then now what we have is something like this. We need to delete this and delete this one, or we could just move it. So we could align it, AL, select that, and then select here, unjoin this one, and we get something that looks like this. And we just need to edit our roof right here, edit footprint, go to level 2, and then we could just delete this, delete here, and delete here. And then now TR, trim and extend, all the way to this one. And we have something that looks like this. What we could do as well here, this is the floor now. I'm going to edit the floor, and I'm going to extend this one right here. At the same time, we need to push this one all the way right here. And then let's not forget to add in our railing. So you could use anything that you want. I'm just going to use this railing to be added on that side. So now if we check here, as you can see, we have something that looks like this. We have a railing, and then we have something like that. We can change this to the bottom fill so that everything is glass. At the same time, we could put a glass as well there if we want to. So something that we could definitely change. And then the next thing that I'm gonna do is I'm actually going to extend this floor right here. So if we go back to our level 2, let's go and change. So in our underlay, let's turn on the level 1 so that we could see everything. We could extend this wall now all the way right here. And then after that, after we extended that, what we can do now is turn off, so none on the underlay, because we see already. And then here we could maximize this space. So here we could just move this along, We could maximize this one if we want to. So if we want to see this, we could check the distance. This is 2275. Edit this 2275, and then just click apply, and then just move it once you edit the size. So now it's basically the same thing but a lot larger, and we have enough space for the shower to be added there. If you want, you could add a shower and then the tub if you like that layout, because this one is too big. So if we undo this, we could actually add in another tub. So you can do that as well. Now let's see what, so we have that one, we have it already. I just want to edit the boundary right here to see if everything is, so looks like everything is good as we edited that. What I want to do is to then remove this, or maybe extend this upwards. So now let's edit this, edit in place. Let's go to our south elevation to see what it looks like. I'm going to edit extrusion. I'm going to pull it up because I want to extend this. What I'm going to do is move it all the way to the other side. I want to extend this one as well. The reason that I want to do that is because I want to add in some natural light here, and I want to increase that. So I'm going to increase that around, let me see, I'm going to put it around 1600, 1700 if you want. Click on finish and then click finish again. Now we need is to remove this wall and then extend this wall as well all the way to the top, and then extend this one to close this off. There we go. Now this is extended. We then need to extend everything right here. So the reason that I want to extend this is I want to add around here to have some windows. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna trim and extend here, TR, trim and extend here, and then CS again. And before we put it back, I'm going to do this, but I want to increase the height, similar to what we did right here. So here it's top offset. Let's make it 1600 to make everything nice. This one should be top offset 1600 as well. There we go. And we could just fill it up later on, or we could add in another 1800 so that to cap off the one at the top. This one should be 1800 to cap it off. We don't need to do anything else, and then just join them all together. So now it's looking nice like that. And then we just need to add in, we need to open this up. I'm probably going to edit this wall right here. I want this wall to increase as well. So now let's go right here. I want this one to increase 1800. So I'm basically closing this off. And then I'm going to split this. I'm going to put 1800 right here. So instead of this one, I'm going to change this, or I'm going to undo this part. And I'm just going to add a wall right here to my level 3. It's going to be an exterior wall. Base offset, yeah, leave it like that. Something like this, and something like that. I'm gonna undo this right here. So the reason that I undo that, so that I can still see where the sim is, and then add it like that. Or before we do that, I'm just going to align it first, and then put in the proper height. $1,800, and then 1800 here as well. There we go. And then now we just need to trim and extend. Not trim and extend on that, but here we can. And then we just need to join it. Unjoin. And we just need to unjoin here. And we have something that looks like this. I just need to push this back. For some reason it's giving me an error, so I'm just gonna push it back like that. And then now I just need to cover this. So I need to edit the footprint and go around here. So I'm going to put this one right here like that. And then on the top here, I'm going to add in another roof. So let's go and add another roof. Let's duplicate this and edit, and let's just leave it like that. And put in something like here, and then click finish. Put it at base offset 1800, then now 1600 minus the thickness of that. So now it's a box type, and it's easier to manipulate this one. So now here we have something that looks like this. I want to remove any seams. Remove this first because I want to change the look. And it's easier to just add that one later on. And the reason that I like that is because I like the way it will look. Also, we're probably going to extend something right here. So we have this one added there, and at the same time I'm gonna add some extension right here. Probably enough to add some lights, and then edit in place, extrusion. I want to know what's this one right here. Gypsum wall board 3. And then actually I'm going to align it first at the top, but the thickness here I need to edit. Needs to be 200. Needs to be consistent. And then another extrusion. So finish this, select this, edit, create, set, pick a plane. I'm going to select this one, edit extrusion. Let's change this to gypsum wallboard, and then create something like this, just an extension. Delay, and then align it, and then we have something like that. So little by little we're increasing or changing the look. And then here I'm probably going to change something. I like the way it looks now. And then I'm just gonna add something there. So architecture, wall, drop down, and then we need curtain wall added on this side, going inside, and then now another curtain wall onto this side. Okay. Oops, I think I added 2 there. So let me undo the other one, and then go to modify, cut geometry, wall, then curtain wall, wall, and then curtain wall. And then let's go to 3D, and then here we could just manually change those. Height, AL, height right here, and then the height from the bottom, we need to select that and increase that. And then by increasing that, we're setting up the height on the other side. So AL right there. I just need to connect this into this side. So let's do it now. Connect it onto this side if we can. There we go. And here it's kind of tricky. What we could do is we could go to graphic display and then show transparency. Now we can see everything. There we go. And then we could do this. And I want to try and, if we could do this, unjoin, and if we can do is to go over it, but for some reason it's not letting us go over. So I'm just gonna undo that and leave it like that. I think that's good enough. And maybe we could increase the size here, or I think just leave it like that. And then we have the seam here, and then let's go to our south elevation just to add our curtain grid. Maybe we could extend this now. I'm going to remove this for now. Extend this right here. Maybe the same length. Something that looks like this. And then add curtain grids. I'm going to make this 3. There we go. And then I'm going to divide this first, and then 3 as well. But I want to push this one all the way there so that at least it looks much better. And then AL again. Let's change it here. And curtain grid again. Divide them and then add 3. That looks all similar. And the only thing that we need to do is add mullion, all grid, and then select here, select there, and select there. And we just need to delete one of this so that it looks nicer and doesn't look like it was added there. I think that looks good. What I want to do next is to go to our south elevation, and I want to add maybe then just a little bit of change. Let's go to our south elevation. I want to actually maximize all the way at the top right here, and then maximize this part right there. Anything that maximizes this size, I think that's good enough. Go to 3D, maximize this height as well. I think that's a better look. And if we check here, there we go. We could change that a bit. Just to maximize or minimize the gap. Actually, I'm gonna flip this one back and just push it to the edge right there. I think that's good enough. I like the design. Now I'm happy to add a paint here. I'm gonna choose one of the maybe oak flooring, add it there. So I'm gonna add this one right here, this one there. Don't forget all the planes, because that will show as well. So I'm happy with that there. Next thing is to add maybe a different panel. I think a wood stain on top of this. This one should be oak flooring as well. I would add that as oak flooring. And I just want to be meticulous on this and add it on those parts as well, because those will be will show. There we go. I think that's good enough there. And then different kinds that we could would deep. All of this we need to add, we need to edit in place in order to be added. Parking stripe, we could do is add everything. Parking stripe right there. I'm gonna open this up. So let's go to level 2 or level 1 actually. And then this part needs to be opened up. So TR, trim and extend, and join. Sorry. Before we do that, SL first, and then TR afterwards. And then if we check, see if we have gaps. We do have gaps. Delete that. Edit this boundary. And then we could just pick a plane right here. And then SL. And then TR, trim and extend. Click finish. Continue. And then TR here as well. Go and check. And then here we need to add, let's go and edit. I want to just add a small line right here, and then here I just need to, I'm going to use rigid insulation and add this one right there. I think that's good enough. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 18 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to create and edit some of this part. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do first is to add this one right here. So we need to edit this, edit in place, and then because it's here, it's a model in place, we need to put in the paint on this. So now what I'm gonna use is probably the plywood sheeting, and then I'm gonna select which ones that I want to place this material on. Most of it is at the top right here and on the side. And then also here on this side and on this side. And I'm going to go and add it on this side and right there as well. Okay, so now that everything is being placed, later on we're going to add in our lights there. So now we could just click on finish here, and actually now that we're here, I could select this, edit in place, and go to south elevation and select here. I just want to use this one right here as well. Create extrusion, pick a plane, and then select this plane, and we could just add the same thing that we added and then now we could just trim and extend, and I'll probably going to relocate the windows right here, and then this one should be all the way down, all the way to the floor, and then click on finish, go to 3D and just push it a little bit like that. I think 400 is good enough. And then before we delete this, we need to go to second floor, and actually we could just get it from here, CS second floor, and then just add this one onto this side. And then here we just need to edit this, duplicate. This is probably 1700. There we go. And then go to 3D. Let's Go to modify, cut geometry, select this wall and then this curtain wall, and then go back here, curtain grid, put it in the middle, go back here, mullion, all grid, select everything, and then here we just need to delete it. And then here, let's relocate this one as well. Go to ground, and then just add this one, CS, add it on this side, go to modify, cut geometry, and then select the wall, and then the curtain wall. And then go back to 3D, and we can just add curtain grids right there, and then we could just add mullions and all grids, so we have it on that part. And then the reason why I did that, because I want to add a wall sweep like this going down below, just a couple of them, but we need to go to insert, we need to go to file and then click on new family, and we need to look for profile, generic profile, click on open, and then here we're just going to create a line, just this one right here, maybe around 50 by 50 or 50 by 30, it's good enough. Save it. I'll save it in my desktop, profile wall, save it, load it to the project, and then once it's loaded we can now select wall, so actually drop down to the wall. Let's go back to south, wall sweep, change this, let's edit this, duplicate, wall profile, and then under wall, under profile, we could see our wall profile right there. And then here we're going to choose parking stripe, press OK, and then now we just need to add this one right there, and then just keep on adding it. We need to stretch this one all the way to the floor. If you want to see it much better, you could do this as well. And then here we could just copy it, and then copy multiple times. I think you get the idea, and then just add maybe up to here, maybe 6 or 7, add them. And with that, as you can see, we just need to flip this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open the profile again, so profile wall, I'm gonna flip this. So MV to move, and then move it like there. Load it, save it to the profile, overwrite existing and its parameter, and then we need to flip it right here. Let's open it again. I think we need to put it on this side. On this side. So around in the middle right there. Load it, save it, and then load override existing version and parameters. So now it will look like this. And let's just align it all the way below. Align it like that. And I just want to double check that everything is looking good. AL, and then just do this. So that's looking good. I like the way it looks. And then I'll probably going to go to south elevation again and edit this profile. So this wall profile, or sorry, let's select that again. I'm going to go to ground floor first and change this wall joints. Level 1. I'm going to select this in order to select that. I'm gonna hide this first, hide element, and then I'll do this right here. Hide element, and then wall joint right there. Next, next, and then let it appear again. So another trick that you need to do in order to see it much better. And then now let's go to our south elevation. Select this wall opening, or sorry, let's edit the profile right here. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy this the way this one looks, and then move it on the side. Copy it right there. Delete this. Delete the ones at the top there. SL. Slice it at the top on one side so that you could just trim and extend on one side. There we go. Click finish, and let's grab this one, edit in place. So once you edit in place, we'll be able to copy this CO, copy it from the corner, and then we're gonna place this one right there as well. So easy edits. As you can see, we'll be able to add details properly as well. And it was swift, and as you can see, this is looking good. I'm thinking of just extending it up to here, but as you can see, I think that gives it some character. So I'm happy with the way this one looks and the placement of the materials. So what I would do next is to add the lights. So in the part 1 description, I want you to download Spotlight face based. We need a square. I'm gonna use the square, so download that. We have the circle as well. So this will be in part 1 description, second link. So now here it's already downloaded. Let's go show in the folder, and then after that you just need to drag and drop it. Once you drop it, as you can see, it's a face space, so basically you'll be able to attach it on any surface, even in the walls, like that, any surface at all. So the way that I created this, I use the family face space, and as you can see, it's very easy to add, and I'm adding it right now on that, so that we could just add it more. And then here, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to also add this one. So I believe this is the oak flooring. So we need to add not plywood, but oak flooring for the face right here. So anything that is face space, we need oak flooring on that. Actually, not oak flooring, but we need plywood sheeting. There we go. And then oak flooring is the one that is right there. So I'm just adding that. We already added all this lights right there. I'm going to now add, I'm also going to add something here, mullion, right there, below there, and below here. So now let's go and add more. So we need to go to ceiling plan, level 1. Let's see if it appears. So it appears below. So we could add it all throughout here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to start on this side. I'm just going to add the one right here. I'm gonna pick this one right there. I think that's good enough there. So that's correct. We need it right here. And then I'm gonna copy in the middle, and I'm gonna press 1000 on each. Right there. If you don't see it, you could use transparency. So it's not showing at all. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to ground, and as you can see, this one is showing now. And then from here, I'm gonna copy this 4 of them, and I'm just going to copy maybe 1000 as well, and then 1000 again. I'm gonna copy this 1000 and put it right there. I think that's good enough. And then level 2, we could go right here. It's not showing. Level 3, this one is showing there. I want to see, I'm gonna add this one now, CS, and I'm going to add this one right here. and then this one on the side. I believe this one already showed, but this one is the one that we're referring to. Copy 1000, 1000, and then 1000. And then let's see how it looks. So I think I put it properly here. We can select this and just move it left side a little bit. I think that's good enough. And then this one, I think it's middle as well. I could just copy this. I'm gonna put 1000 as well. I think that's too much. I'm gonna select this and move this one all the way right here. And then once I move that, I'm gonna copy this. I want to make sure to maintain the 90 degrees right there. 1000, 1000. So just not sure where those ones appeared. So I'm gonna do this, copy 1000, there we go. I think that's not the one that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then I'm gonna select this before going to level 1. So this is the one. 1000. So for some reason it's not showing. Let me just undo that. So for some reason it's not showing. So I'm gonna copy it this instead. There we go. At least I was able to add it. I'm just gonna copy this. And then I'm going to align this. Just going to align it right here. One thousand right there. And then just copy this one and do it again. And there we go. At least it was added. And I'm happy with that. I'm still thinking if we should just add everything or just make it subtle enough that we have something like that right here. I think I'm happy with the way this one looks. So thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 19 of this house build. Let's get started. In the last video, we were able to finish the design. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What we're gonna do is we're gonna create the sheets and I'm gonna show you how to create that. So first, what we need to do is we need to go to the project browser, look for sheets and right click on that, click on new sheets. Here we have A0 metric already loaded and we have none as well. If you want to see different kinds of title block, you need to click on load and go to title blocks, and here we have different sizes. Depending on what you need, you can load it, and then once you load it, I'm gonna use A0 metric for this example, so I'm just going to click on OK. It will create a sheet which is A101. It's up to you to decide if you want to change the way it will work. So here I'm going to put 001, and the good thing about Revit is it's smart enough to know the sequencing. So here, once we create another sheet, it will change this automatically. So here, new sheet, pick the title block and then press OK, and then it will be A002. Here we're going to change the owner, ACD, and then the project, DM house, and we're going to actually create, so we're going to create 5 more, or sorry, 3 more of this sheet. So what you can do is just keep on creating sheets like that, and then up to 5. So now we've created the 5 sheets that we need. What you need to go is go to A001. There's multiple ways of changing the name of this sheet. What you could do is you could go here and you could type in cover sheet, and that will be changed right here as well. Or you can do is you can double click here, and then it will open this one, and you could put first floor, then go about here again. This will be second floor, and then here as well we could put elevation and another elevation again. So once that's done, before we do this again, let's go to level 1 and let's add in some tags. So the way you put in room tags is to go to architecture, and then here what we could do is we could put in room, and then here we could put in the room itself. As you notice, there's no separation here, but what we have is a room separator. So you need to create that room separator. So now once we click here, it will separate this two rooms. And then we need to do that again, another room separator just for the living or the family room, and then we have another here. This will be the living area, We can pull it back, and then we need another room separator for this. And then now once we add in the room, you'll be able to add a multiple room on an open area. So here would be our entrance, powder room. We have our family room, family area. This will be, or you could also call this great wall room. And then this will be dining. And then this will be living. And this will be our kitchen. I'm not bothered with the size of the room tag. It's because it will change once we change the scale. And I'm sure we're going to change the scale. And then this will be laundry room. And then go to level 2 and add in the room. So let's add all of this. This will be stairs and then room there. So here this will be the masters. We have the ensuite, walk-in closet, in closet, and then we have bedroom 1. We could put this one corridor, and then here we could put in, and then we could add in another room. This will be stairs. You can also put open below here, because this area is open, but it's up to you. This will be shared washroom, and then another bedroom, bedroom 2. So now everything is tagged properly. We could then create our rendering or our image. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to drop down and then click on camera. So here we'll be able to set up our view. I'm gonna make this big enough, and then up to you if you want to shade or just hidden. I'm just gonna pick hidden, and then go to graphic display, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn on show ambient, and this one gradient, and then click apply. So that will be our image. It will be under 3D view, and we need to go to view and then render, and we're just gonna render this fast, so I'm just gonna use draft. We have different qualities right here. We have middle, and then we have custom as well, and the draft is the one that you just want to see it fast, and it will render fast as well. So here once you render different settings, we have medium, high, best, and custom. You can adjust the exposure if you want. So if you want to make it darker or brighter, you can always change this right here, white point as well, and then click apply, and then it will change right here. And then after that, you can save it to your project, or you can export this. This will be render 1, and then press OK, and it will be created right here. So go back to cover and then just drag and drop this. We don't want the title, so I want no title, but I will double click here and expand this. So only image you can expand, and then double click on the space. And then the cover sheet, we need our sheet list as well. So what we need to do is go to schedule, right click on it, and then we have new sheet list right here. What I want to do first is to add the sheet number and then the sheet name. Press OK, and then we have this one right here. We need to click here and then drag and drop. And for me, this is too small. What I want to do is edit this. So let's edit, double click on this, and I don't want the gap as well right here. So I'm gonna edit the fields. We need to go to appearance, uncheck blank row before data, so uncheck that. Show title, headers, and then here is the sizes. I want my sizes to be 7 right here, 6 right here, and then 5 from the bottom. So this is 1, and then this is the first one. First, second, and then third. Press OK, and then go back. We can change this to maybe drawing list. And then now let's go back to cover sheet, and as you can see, it looks nicer having that one right there, and then expanding this. So anything that you add here for now on will be added automatically. You don't need to keep on checking if everything is added. If you delete a sheet, it will be deleted as well here. So this is very automatic. You don't need to worry about anything else. Now let's go to our first floor. What we need to do is we need to drag and drop. But as you can see, it's very small. I want is to change the scale. So here I'm gonna delete that first. Go to level 1. So we need to go to level 1, and then here scale 1 is to 50. And as you can see, like I told you, once we change the scale, it will change the room tags. So now everything is proper. Everything is at the correct area, and it will resize itself. So now that we changed that, if you notice, if we go back here and drag and drop here, it becomes bigger, but we need to actually crop this area only. So now I'm gonna delete it back, go back to level 1. We need to check crop view, crop region visible, and then crop annotation crop. So now once we have those all of them, we need to crop this one here, here, and then here in order to fit into our drawing. And if you need more space, you can put it down. The good thing about this is that it will follow along. So if you want to do that, you can do that as well. So now let's go back to first floor, drop in level 1, and as you can see, everything is fit. I don't want the level 1 to show, but I just want to change this to first floor, but I don't want to change this. So what you need to do is press escape, select this sheet or this link, so the one that you drag, the level 1, and you just need to go to title on sheet and then type in first floor. Select here, click apply, and then it will change. So now let's go to level 2. Let's do all the changes first. before dragging and dropping it. Click apply and then crop this if you want. Crop it immediately. You can even crop it all the way there because we don't need this area there. We don't even need this. So as you can see, it follows along. You just need to drag and drop again and it will fit specifically to the area. Select that link and then change this to second floor. Select right here and then click apply. After that, let's go to our elevation. So select the elevation sheet and let's try and check it first. It's too small. So what we're gonna do is we're going to undo that, or we're going to delete that. Go to ease elevation and change this to 1:50. I want to change this to fine, change this to shaded, or we could just do as hidden and then change the graphic display. I want shadows and then cast and then the background to gradient. And then now we need to crop it as well, similar to what we did. And then select here and then crop it so that it fits perfectly. So that's good. Go to north, do the same thing. 1:50, go to fine, go hidden, graphic display, shadows, cast and shadow ambient, background, gradient, apply, OK, and then crop. Check all of that and then crop it to the area that you want to showcase. So let's do that on all of them so that it's easier to just drag and drop. Let's do gradient, apply, OK, and then crop all of this, and then just put it like that, and that looks really nice because of the shadow. You can see the depth. And then let's do lastly fine, go right here, shadow, and then background, gradient, apply, OK, and then all of this should be fixed. So now I just need to double check, make sure everything is pulled up and everything is aligned. So now we just need to go to our elevation. Just keep on dragging one by one. Go to north, and then the other one, south, and then west. And then now what we could do is we could just save this, and then now click on the print icon. Choose your printer. What you need to do is you need to select this one, but you need to select this back to combine. If you leave it to create separate file, it will create individual PDF file. But if you choose this, it will just make one single PDF file. So now after that, you need to select this and then uncheck views, check all. So all the sheets that we created, but you can also save as This will be our full set. And this is very important because you'll be able to just select and you can create multiple of this. So for example, if you only need first floor and second floor, you could put it first floor, second floor, and then save as, and then you could just put floor plans. If you only need elevation, elevation drawings only, you can save that as well. So you can do multiple sets if you want. So just press OK and then press OK and wait for it to print. So once it's ready, I'm just gonna save it here, DM house, and then click on save. And once we are ready, we just need to open this one and let's check how it looks. So this one, it looks good. Drawing list, we have our first floor right there, second floor as well, and then we have our elevations. And then close it. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 20 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish everything. We added the sheets and I showed you how to create them. Now we're ready to place it to Twinmotion. But before we do that, you will need to put this one into 3D. Make sure find and save it. And then after that, go to Twinmotion plugin and click on See in Twinmotion. Wait for it to synchronize. So once it's synchronized, you click on New Project and then press OK and it will synchronize again. And once it does, we have something that looks like this. So now, before we start, we need to save this first. So let's save as and save it to the location that we want to. And then once it's saved, now let's go back here under Burger menu and then click on Sign in Twinmotion. And then because all of my information is already added, I just simply just sign in. Let's go to settings, and here in settings we have to go to cameras, and this is very important. You want to make parallelism turn on, and then visual effects, go to color gradient and click on none, and then we have blue tint right here. So the visual effects is optional. The camera parallelism is important. So after this, now let's go to our burger menu right here. We have our materials, and usually what I do is click on glass, and then here we have two-sided glass. We have something right here. That means it's overlapping. So what I'm gonna do is we need to go back to Revit. So I need to go back to Revit just to fix this one because I don't want that blinking part. So I'm gonna edit this, edit in place, edit, extrusion, and let's go to ground, and right about here I just want to create something that looks like this. So it's just something so that it doesn't keep on blinking. and then now we can SL and then TR, trim and extend, on those parts. And then click finish again. Go back to 3D, click on finish right here. And as you can see, everything is lining up properly. We need to save it again and save it. Go back to Twinmotion and then click on see in Twinmotion again. And then after that, let's see if this one is done. I want to go back right here, see in Twinmotion, and for some reason it doesn't update, so I'm gonna double check it again. So I think the reason for that is I just need to place it right here, AL, the top right here, and then right there. So that one will fix it. Save it again and see in Twinmotion. There we go. So now everything is lining up properly. And for some reason, some of the lights here are not showing up. So I'm going to investigate that as well. So I need to go back to Revit. So the issue that I saw is actually it was on level 1. So that's why it's not showing up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it to level 2 and probably offset that afterwards. Pick this one right here and place it on this. Go to level 1 and basically eyeball this to line up. I think this is good enough. And then as you can see, everything is there again. So save it. So for some reason it was added on that part. And it's still blinking because it's still under there. So here it's minus 200 on level 2. This one is level 1 but 2800 from there. So this one needs to be just above that. So now it's fixed. I just put it in level 2, save it, and see it in Twinmotion again. There we go. It's not blinking anymore, and I think it's good, and it's lining up. So now I put two-sided, put 50 opacity, and then in terms of color, I kind of like to make it dark a bit. Then after that, go back and choose pick, and then I want this one to be black and reflection to turn on. Make it a bit black but reflection because this is metal. And then here, one of the materials that we need to check here is this one. It needs to be metal and reflection. And then material that we need to use is neon for this, and we need to add it there. So same thing, we need that, and we can just add it that one. In terms of this is the gate, So we can turn on and then go back to put in some reflection, and as you can see, it looks nicer. In here uh, we have some stones that we could use, and I'll probably use this one, this stone, and let's add those stones right there as well, and that looks good. And then slate on the top right here. I'm happy with that. And then we have stack stone right here, and we want a material, so here let's put in the scale for that. I also want this one to have a darker color. That's okay on that. And then here I want it to be wood. I want something that looks like this, which is I want that one right there. Reflection to turn on because it's an exterior and I want it to be shiny. And then in terms of the one right here, let's use one of the veneer. I think mahogany is good, or this one, something different. I'll use this one instead. I think that looks clean. Okay. And then in terms right here, maybe we could put this one right here. Change the orientation to 90 and increase. That's good enough. So 3 different wood. We have a plank wood and 2 veneer woods. I'm still thinking if we should do something right here a like a brown material instead, or a black or gray material. So let's look at the satin, and then we could put in a gray material. That looks good as well, but in terms of a wow factor, we have this one really good. Maybe if we check Quixel Megascan and go to plaster, painted, and one of the stucco facade, and let's try this one. This one looks good as well. Increase this. And increase the scale right here. Something nice. And I'm happy with the way this one looks. So I'm happy with that. So now after this, let's go and select concrete right here. Let's go to ground, man-made, and we could do concrete here and the same concrete right here. I think that's good enough. And then what we can do is concrete there, and then we could use a concrete again here to change it up. And here we need something like this. Maybe this way. I'm going to change the orientation to 180. And I'm happy with that. That looks good. I like the glass portion of this. We can have an image that is going right there. I want some grass here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna save this, go back to Revit, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this, edit this boundary up to only this, and here CS, put it in ground, and create this right here. Click on finish, go to 3D. I'm gonna edit this. There we go. I think I'm happy with that. One more thing, go to modify. I just want to add all of this right here. So what I'm gonna do is click on paint, paint stripe, might as well clean this up. There we go. I think we have one right here. This is a rigid insulation. I just want it to be cleaned. There we go. And then on this part we have is it soft lumber? No, not soft lumber. This one is plywood sheeting. So that one, we'll clean that up. There we go, right there. And clean that up right there. And also on this part. Okay, I think that's good enough. And I believe I have that one right there. And I think I'm good. Save it again. Go back to Twinmotion, plug in, and see in Twinmotion. And not sure what happened to the grass part. For some reason it didn't show. Let me go back again. Save this first and go back to Twinmotion. This is 0 from the ground. This is 20 from the ground. So make it 0 offset. Okay. And then now save it again. And see in Twinmotion. There we go. It appeared. And this one is cleaned. And let's not forget we have this, and that looks good also on this side. Then what I'm gonna do next is basically going right here, click on lighting, dynamic, and then skylight HDRI. So now let's click here, HDRI, and then outdoor. And let's use Tiergarten. Add it right here. And actually, let's undo that. We need to select backdrop instead. And then go to more and then load Tiergarten. And then here we need to offset this one right here. We can increase the size a little bit, something like that, and rotate it. We want the light to shine like that. Something like that would be good. Intensity. Something that looks like that. And as you can see, it shows the texture quite good. You can go to more shading if you want. I'm happy with the way it looks now. And we could, in the next video, we could add in the grass and the trees around. So thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 21 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add all the materials and the background. Now we're going to continue working on this. And what we can do now is to add in the grass, and after that, we can add in the trees, and then what we can do after that is to add in the lights. So now what we can do is we could go to our scene graph, select the grass, right click, isolate all the grass. So as you can see, we have the grass portion right here. And let's go onto our context, vegetation paint, and go back here, grass, and we could put in our different kinds of grass right here. What we could do is we could add this one and some of this. Select both of them, increase the density, and then click on the vegetation paint. And what we could do first is to make this one small enough, because this is the one that is going to be around our building, and we don't want it to be overlapping, especially right here. We can gently add it, and we want to make sure that it doesn't go over. And now we can increase. I think this is good enough. I think because it's getting over, because we're hitting the sides right here. So let's make it a little bit small enough not to go over there. And just gently add all the grass. And like add it onto this side. And then I'll just make it big enough to cover some more room or more space. So that it's a lot quicker to add. And some of them is not, we're not gonna be able to see them. So actually only the front matters. After that, and isolate them, and then we could select this one, plant, and then isolate this one, and this is the one that I'm gonna be gentle with. I want to just add the lawn grass. Select this, increase density, select this one, make it 0.5, and then you could add it now. Okay. There, we're adding it, and then unisolate them, and as you can see, you have something that looks like this. We missed some spot right here. There we go. And then now, let's save it. And then we could choose, let's choose our plants first. So I'm gonna add this plant right about in the front, and then a little bit of this one, or this tree. This tree is really nice, so I'm gonna put it onto this spot. So we have something right there. Gorgeous one. That is overhang. So something like that. We can make it small enough. So change the age so that to move it a little bit. And then different trees. We could put in bamboos right here. There, and then shift. We could put in 6 of them, and just delete last one, and just move this one right there. And if we want, we could select all the bamboo, hold on shift, change the age so that it's a lot nicer right here. And why not add something really small right here. I think that's good enough. Change it a bit, and that's the way it looks. That's good enough right there. Select one of this, give it some like that. This one, this English is really nice, bushy. I'm gonna put it right there, put it at the back. This one is very small, so I'm gonna put it on this side. Then just keep on adding and just filling up the empty spaces around. And let's add something right here and right here. Then tropical almond. And I think the front is good. Now we could use scatter and add bigger ones at the back. Not this one. Delete. Bushy ones will do. I think all of this is good. Hold on shift so that you could do it once and then add it at the background. There we go. And then add it in front. If you're not adding anything, just manually take over, because it's very important to have so that there's a bounce in the reflection. So now once we take our image, we can have it like that. Go to camera, so media, click on image, click right here, and then you can click on more. You can zoom in, focal point. As you can see, that looks much better. And we could have our image like that, and we can manipulate it much better. I think this image is good. I'm gonna keep this, so refresh on this, and then what we could do more is to check the rendering. So this one looks really good. The zoom in part really make it nice. The reflection in the glass are crisp, and we haven't added our lights yet, but from what I see, it's good enough. We can also grab this right here and move it on the side. So this is this other side. Create an image, go back here, and then let's add this side now. Just going to refresh this, make it nicer. Changing the focal point. Then try to save it. So I want to add in more image. So probably an image directly here in front. Click image, create, and turn that on right there. Refresh this. I want to see how it looks when we have this one as well. So I'm going to add this. And then now, let's add in some lights. We have spotlight right here. We can add. We could add it every 1000 as we set it up at 1000. Make this one 5, and then now hold on shift, grab it. So every 1000 we need, I think, 6. Make it 8 more. Okay, so this one is not needed. Shift this 4 onto the left side. And then put it back 2 and then 1 again. There we go. So that's added there. Going to add it again. Roll it up. Make sure everything is good. Change the intensity to 5 only. And then add every 1000, 3 more. And then grab one of this. Let's count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then hold on shift, change it to 1, and then 5 more. Then there you go. Added another one right there. And let's add it here. Change this to 5. Hold on shift. Change this to 3 and then 1. Perfect. And we have it there as well. And then here 5 again. And then just grab it. Just copy it there. And everything is lighted. We can have this as well. 5. Select that and just grab it right there and add it onto this other side. And we could use another spotlight right here. Rotate the way it shows, and then change it to 5, and then just add those floodlights. That's about it. Maybe add one right here. I'm happy with that. So now, in terms of video, go to media. You can remove those and then go to video, create video. So what we could do is we have something that goes from here to there. Give me a second, I just need to add that green stuff right there. Go to video again, click create, going forward, make it 6th, going above, like that, 6 again, make this one around 7. After this, front shot, around 6, and then some still image, maybe not still image, but just very quick one, like 3 seconds. Seconds as well. And then we want something like this. Maybe 8 seconds for this. Three seconds. Going out. 5 seconds. Going out right here. 4 seconds. And then going out again. 4 seconds. I think that's good enough. If we check it, so that's good enough. We have 7 seconds there. 6 seconds. And let's not forget to add the car. Good thing I noticed that there's so I'm gonna quit media and let's just add some cars. Yeah, this one. Let's turn it to dark gray. And then we have another car. Let's turn this one to dark red. I think that's good enough. I'm happy with the way it looks. What we need to do next is to just go to export, select all, and then here select that and then export it. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.